Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. It's been chaos this morning. It's been a nice kind of chaos though. It's so lovely, I must say. It's been manic. We've got a lot going on today. Kat said, I'm just going to take your microphone out whilst I eat my cereal because I haven't even had my breakfast yet. She's been up for hours and hours and hours now. It's been one of those kind of mornings. But thank you so much for joining us because you are in for a treat today. Well, you're in for a lot of treats today. We've got so much going on. We've got the ultimate dream team here today. We really, really have. So without further ado, let's start with the early bird and then I'll tell you everything that's coming up. Early bird is amazing. I've just been watching Rebecca Reed talking about this because it's the first time that I've seen it, and I know that she has demonstrated our face covering shows the last couple of times. So every single time that this has been in stock, it is sold out at normal price. It is the first time, it is an early bird special, and it does not need to be at an early bird price, but we're doing it anyway. So, are you ready? You're getting a whole 1 metre of your Vaseline face mask interlining for £4.98. And this will be enough to make, well, if you've got any of the face mask covering panels, half a metre was enough to make all 7. So with this, you can make 14 face masks, maybe even more. Because it's not a woven sort of fabric, you don't need to worry about having it in a certain direction. You can just use this as you wish. Now, it is an official Vaseline product. Obviously, it's not the medical grade, but what I would suggest is if you are making your face coverings using our face covering panels, and you want to add another layer in, then this is what Vaseline recommend. So I know a lot of face masks, they might have a pocket that you can put a lining in, you can put, a third layer in that you can then take out and wash. The great thing about this is that you can wash it at up to 60 degrees. So if you are making lots of face coverings, as I know so many of us are, and I must say it is something that, of course, is essential now. It is absolutely essential for us all. We have to wear them everywhere. We wear them, literally until seconds before we come on air. And it is something that I think it's become everyday life. I remember back last year when I first started wearing them and I thought, gosh, this is really uncomfortable. I'm just not going to be able to get used to this. And now I feel strange if I'm not. But I mean, it isn't just going to be for your face coverings. You could use this for linings inside of wallets or glasses cases, or you could use it for all sorts, couldn't you, I suppose? I don't see why not. Your early bird special is just £4.98. It means you're saving £1. Now, just so you know, if you are buying multiples, which loads of you are today, it will come in pre-cut 1 metre pieces. Now, every single time these come to air, they completely sell out. We have never had it in an early bird special. We've never had it at this price point before. We've got a really great stock available today. So trust me, open your order nice and early because you'll only pay 1p&p throughout the whole duration of the day. Super soft, official Vaseline product. As I said, it's what you use in between your 2 layers of cotton potentially, or your panels when you're doing your face coverings. Now, if you're making face coverings using our face covering panels, have a look on the website because I think there might be some available still, our exclusive Sewing Street panels that have been designed by Rebecca Reed. And bonus, I don't want to say they're not fully medical grade, but they are meeting all of the guidelines that the government have set regarding face coverings. So they have to be lined. And this is, of course, that brilliant third layer, which is, of course, that's just going to add that extra protection. £4.98. We do also have elastic on the website if you're making face coverings. I went through a bit of a stage. In fact, Tom, I know you're watching this morning. Good morning. He said morning already. Yeah, I made Tom loads of face masks, and I've made so many of my friends and family. I've loads of face coverings, but of course, it's something that we are going to need through the spring. It started off that I used, some of my fabric that was in my scraps and in my stash, and now I'm like, oh, I want a jazzy one for this, and I want one for springtime, and I think now it's a bit more of a fashion thing as well, isn't it? You want them to look nice. Some of your favourite fabrics. Especially as we are going to be wearing them for for a good few more months, aren't we? £4.98 for your Visaline interlining. Now, loads of these have gone. Just to remind you, with this at £5, you're going to be able to line, we think about 14 face coverings if you're using our panels, depending on, on your cutting. But ½ metre was suggested for all 7 face coverings when we launched the panels. So that is going to be plenty enough to be able to do them for all week. Just £4.98. And the great thing is, obviously, we need to wash our face coverings every single day. And this you can just easily chuck in the wash and wash up to 60 degrees. Pardon? I couldn't hear Kat through her face mask, but she was telling me you need one in your car, one in your pocket, one in your bag, one everywhere, because it's just so frustrating, isn't it, when you think, I need my face mask. You need them all the time. And it is so important that you can wash them. Just £4.98 for a whole metre of your Visaline interlayer. Right, how many of these did we start with, sorry? Oh, amazing. Right, we've got 900 of these. Way over 200 have already gone. So when Kat just said that, I said, oh, hang on, how many of these have we got? There's loads. So keep adding that to your order, and remember, you'll only pay 1 P&P throughout the day. I'll remind you of it as we go. I must say, I don't know how I'm going to remind you of it, because we've got a jam-packed day. Let me show you what is coming up in today's show. It is going to be brilliant. We have got, I've never seen this, for the first time that I've seen it, the Starburst tote bag, and it's so tactile. Cara's actually made it into a cushion this time, so it's really versatile as well. So that's coming up this first hour. At 9 o'clock, Jane Greenoff is back, and the amount of new products that we have got is amazing. We've got exclusive bundles, we've got exclusive kits, we've got Jane Greenoff with all of her stories. We just absolutely love her. So that's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Cara's going to be back with me. She's here the whole hog today. She's here till 1 o'clock. So we've got embroidered felt birds, which is such a lovely project to do, especially at this sort of time when we've got more time at home. Sit and do a nice bit of hand stitching, and lovely to be able to have around the home. I love them. At 11 o'clock, Jane's coming back. More exclusive kits, more brand new kits, some of your favourites back in stock. Have a look on pre-order if I were you. Everything from today is going to be on pre-order. And then I must say, I love a bobble hat. I know I do. Kat said, she keeps turning up in the morning with bobble hats on, meaning me. I love a bobble hat, and these are the softest bobble hats ever. Yarn Lane today, your daily dose of Yarn Lane with Cara, and look at how beautiful these are. For all the family as well, aren't they? All the family. So they're coming up on Yarn Lane later on at lunchtime today. Now, you have still got a chance to grab the early bird. Don't worry about that. Now, let's have a look at this first hour. The book that we're working from is 25 Ways to Sew Jelly Rolls, Layer Cakes and Charm Packs. So those of you that have bought over the last few months, we've had some amazing charm packs and layer cakes and jelly rolls. So if you've got something at home already, we thought we'd do the book individually today. You have got some amazing bundles coming your way as well. £16.99. Modern quilts from Contemporary Pre-Cuts. And there's some really different designs in here. Quirky cube bag, machine covers, sewing machine covers. Have you got the camera wonky, Elliot, or is it me? This is your Dasher bath mat. How cool's that? I'm having to be quite, yeah, quite sideways. Thank you. Ooh, that's better. Thank you. Cup of tea. Is that a good colour tea? It looks a nice cup of tea, doesn't it? So there's quilts in here, there's bags in here, there's cushions in here, there's home accessories in here. It's a really beautiful book, which we will go into a bit more detail with Cara, because I know how much she loves this. It's the first time I've seen it, and it is absolutely beautiful. So some great projects in here. And the one that we're doing today, have you got the cushion picture, Elliot? The cushion that we're doing, or the tote bag, you might have seen it as a tote bag before. We've got the tote bag picture before. So this is the one that we made in the past, the rainbow. And today we've got a blue colourway. Look at this, 4 different colourways, and we've made it into a cushion instead. So really versatile patterns in the book. So that is coming up now. Let's do our kits. Let's start with the blue that Cara's using. This is gorgeous. And especially, you know, we're all excited now for a bit of springtime weather, aren't we? And our jelly roll panels are extraordinary value for money. The patterns are brilliant. They're beautiful designs. And the value for money is always amazing. So if you do want to freshen up your cushions or your tote bags and things like that for spring, look at all this. I mean, I can't even waft it all over the desk. There we go. You've got all of these 2.5-inch strips. Beautiful colours. It's the first time I've seen it. Now it's up to you whether you're subcutting these into 2.5-inch strips. You could use that just as, you know, as one sort of piece of fabric. You can make an apron out of it. You can make an ombre sort of bolster cushion, or you could pin tuck between them. You could do loads of things. You could cut on the bias, and you could do bias binding. You could do stripe binding. There's so much that you could do. So it's not just this panel that you're getting at $19.99. The panel is brilliant, by the way, because you've also got, look, all of this, which is just your plain solid spot. So all of that is just your blue spot. So that's going to be ideal for your border and the back of your cushion, which we'll go through with Cara. So not only do you get this, you also get then 1/2 metre of your sunshine, 1/2 metre of sunshine, which is used for your lining if you're making a bag. And then also you're getting your calico, which we'll see how this is incorporated into the design, but it is basically what's going to build up that star. So you get a fat quarter of calico in there as well. And that star, oh my word, honestly, it's so tactile, it's gorgeous. It looks really complex. And I said to Cara, this must have taken you forever to make. And she said, actually, do you know what? Once you get yourself organised, it's actually really quick. It comes together really quickly. So we're excited to see that one. There it is. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So that is the blue colourway. We've also got the pink. I feel like I should open all of these out, but I don't know whether I've got space. Right, you've got 1/2 metre of pink. I'm going to stand up. You've got 1/2 metre of pink. You have to stand up. I've got to take the chance to stand up today when I can, because I'm just having, Jane's already called me a part-timer today. 1/2 metre of your pink, fat quarter of calico, and then your pink and blue this time. 2.5-inch strips, absolutely gorgeous colours. How beautiful is that? And I must say all of the patterns as well are gorgeous. Now these are exclusive to us here. Did anybody see the sky yesterday? Did you look up and see the beautiful sky? It was gorgeous. I did a full photo shoot last night. I thought I was director Paul. Did you see all of my photos on my Instagram? $19.99 for your panel and your 2 fabrics, remember. Just for the panel, they're normally $19.99 on their own. Well, they are normally, aren't they? The big panels that we exclusively print are normally $19.99. Bearing in mind how much do jelly rolls normally cost you, even here up to sort of, well, even over £40. So that's such good value. Now we've also got, sorry Cara, we will come to you in a second. And I will tidy up, I promise. Right, we've also got the rainbow colourway. This is gorgeous as well. I can't make up my mind which is my favourite. 1/2 metre of your tan, fat quarter of calico, and you also have your Starburst tote bag, exclusive panel, this time in the rainbow. Remember, even though, I think this is what the tote bag that we were showing you was made from, actually. So don't forget, not only do you have all of your 2.5-inch strips, you also have this wider strip on the end, which is just your red spot, which you can see is used for the border and the strap of the bag, or the border and the back of your cushion with Cara. So, I mean, there's so many ways of using these incredible panels. They are brilliant. 2.5-inch strips, plus your lovely big chunk of your spot as well. Now, I'm flying through these, but please, please, please have a look on the website, choose which colour you want and check out really quickly because they are going to be limited. If you want me to recap any of the colours, if you've got any questions for Cara, get them in. I am on the Facebook Live. Haven't even had a chance to say good morning to you all yet. I told you it's going to be one of those days today. Hi Vanessa and Jill. Good morning, Jill. All right, we've also got the last colourway, which is your blues and turquoise. Now this time you're getting 1/2 metre of what looks like your sort of natural seeded cotton and 1/2 metre of your calico. Fat quarter of calico and 1/2 metre of your natural seeded cotton. Still 100% cotton. And then this time we're looking at turquoise. Oh, that is seaside, isn't it? Oh, that is so beautiful. The sea and the sand, it's like a beach. That's beautiful. I mean, that was only half of it. That is only half of it. You've got so much here. $19.99, and they are absolutely huge. I can't even waft it open. It's absolutely massive. If you are multi-buying on any of these, remember they will all come as kits, all pre-cut, ready to go, and these are exclusive to us. What a brilliant price at $19.99. Already been very, 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 very popular indeed. Now, June has asked how you get the pattern. Now, the pattern is in the book. The pattern is in here. It's in the 25 ways to sew jelly rolls. I know so many people have already got it, so we've done it as a separate bundle. But that is the way that you get your pattern. Do you know what page are we on, Cara?
I will tell you.
Oh, there it is. Found it.
88.
Got it. Starburst tote bag or cushion. Very versatile indeed. So if you do want it, it is in the book, as well as 24 other projects. So there's loads to be getting on with here. And they're all really versatile. I must say, you can mix and match lots of these projects to create your own. Just $16.99. It's a lovely book for that price, isn't it? Really lovely book. It will go with any of the design rolls that you've got or that we print, whether it's the Riley Blake ones, the Barley Pops. Have a bit of a play with your stash. If you've got any layer cakes or charm packs, absolutely go for it. So, Cara, it's so lovely to finally see you.
I know, we
It's
haven't
been
seen you
ages.
for a while, and my goodness, you've been baking something, haven't you?
Yeah.
I haven't
Been
seen you
busy.
before you
I
announced
know,
it, and then all of a sudden it's just
Popped.
yes.
It's so
But
lovely
so,
to see you.
oh, it's so good to be here. So good to be here.
It's a jam-packed day today,
I
isn't it?
know. I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
I know. Cara was running around as well, literally seconds before. I said, are you ready to go on the telly, Cara? No, never are. But no, we've got two really lovely projects with you. This one, it looks really complex.
It isn't.
Okay.
Yeah, because everybody knows I'm not a quilter as such, but I will try anything. I will absolutely try anything. So when it was suggested that I did this and I did the tote bag, I thought, right, okay, just follow it through, you know, follow the instructions through in the book and everything. And I was able to make it. So hopefully I'll show you that actually it isn't difficult. It really isn't complicated. It just takes a bit of time. I think that's the thing.
Right.
You know, you do need to just plan it a little bit. So, you know, cutting the strips. I just absolutely love those panels.
Gosh,
oh
what gorgeous colours. Such a great array. I mean, this turquoise one's lovely.
That's the one I'm working today.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So I've done the pink one, I've done the rainbow one, I've done the blue and yellow, and I'm doing that one today. So as you say, it just reminds you of the beach and the seaside.
It does. Oh, which I don't know whether it makes me happy or sad. I think it's happy.
Happy.
Desperate to go to the beach.
I know. So as I say, you know, it looks complicated, but you do just need to spend some time. So the first job that you will do once you get your panel is you can wash it just to make sure it doesn't shrink or anything like that. Press it and then cut the 2.5 inch strips.
Okay.
So that's sort of like your preparation, and that is something you just do. There's 16 strips in total, and there's no white in between the strips. So it's really good to actually just sort of cut the strips and get them prepared.
Right.
So that's your first job. Once you've done that, then read through the instructions.
And how was the book? Did you enjoy working from the book?
Oh my gosh. I mean, as I say, I'm not a quilter, but I think I could be tempted with something like this.
Ooh.
So there's some beautiful projects included in there. And I thought, well, I've managed to do the tote bag, which looked sort of complicated, but some of the other ones are just stunning. So, you know, you're not just going to be limited. So if you're buying one of the panels, you can make any of those 25 projects included in the book, which is wonderful. So,
do you get through the whole panel to make the cushion? Or the tote
I
bag?
have some bits left over. So if you have a look, these are the bits that I've got left over. So you have got some left over to make smaller projects.
Right.
Quite a few sort of like little cushions or something, or a pot holder. Is it a pot holder?
Yeah.
Yeah, where you can use some binding. So, you know, there is quite a lot left over, which is nice. So, you know, don't feel that it's just for that particular project.
Okay.
So, and you've got that larger piece as well, sort of for the side of the cushion. I know you can't see that. Can I move this over?
Of course, yeah, bring it in.
I'm going to actually bring it here.
So for the front, for the side, and have you got enough
for
for
the
the
side,
back as well?
and then you've got enough for the back as well. And I've just done an envelope back there. It's on a stand, so that's why it's like that. So you can see
Lovely.
it. So you've got enough on the actual panel to do that. Also, with the fabric that you've got the lining there, but you don't have to use it for a lining. You can actually use, you know, something from your own stash. So you've got enough there to make the bag or the cushion.
Brilliant.
With a bit left over.
Perfect.
So, yeah, which is fab. So once you've got all your strips cut to 2.5 inches, I will suggest that you would then go through and decide on the actual colours. For the rainbow one, it was quite easy to sort of make a decision, right, what colour I wanted from the centre outwards. And the only thing that I would say is where you've got some of the panels where the colours are very similar, I would alternate, but you don't have to.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I
you could
alternated.
ombre it out.
Yeah, you could. You could, you know, maybe have the yellow from the centre and come out and then go into the blue. Or with the teal one that I'm working on in stone, you can do the same, or you can alternate it. So that will be your next decision really, is to what colour you're going to have in the centre and for each of the rounds. Included in the instructions are the actual sizes that you're going to be cutting out of the extra fabric, but all the actual pieces that you need for the cushion itself are 2.5 inch squares. But the only thing that I would say is you've got 13 rounds. So, you know, when you're making that decision, what I did was I just wrote on a piece of paper 1 to 13 and then put blue, yellow,
Okay.
and decided like that.
Right.
Then it will tell you how many squares of each that you need to cut. So again, on my piece of paper, I just wrote at the side, right, the first one I need 5 squares, round 2 I need 8, and then round 3, 4 and 5 and 6 I need 16 squares, then 32. When you come to 32, you can actually cut from one of the lengths, you can cut 16 2.5 inch squares. So when you come to wanting 32, what you'll do is you'll choose 2 of the strips that are of a similar colour.
Okay.
Although they're different patterns, they are a similar colour. So if you have a look on here, when you come up to using the 32, you're actually going to see that some of the rounds, can you see the blue just under there? Yeah.
We'll just come across to it.
Just there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see that I've combined 2 of the blues, then 2 of the yellows, then 2 of the aquas.
Ah, so it just looks like one.
It just looks like one, but it's just got that lovely texture and feel to it. So as I say, you've got your sheet of paper, you've drawn 1 to 13, you've put blue, yellow or whatever colours you're going to use, and then you divide your strips up into those particular rounds and have a look at them. When you've actually put them out, have a look at them and think, does that work? You know, do I want a darker one in the middle, or do I want a darker one, you know, a little bit further on? So you make all those decisions, then either use an envelope, or I was really lucky, I had some of these little bags. And I actually popped mine into little bags and just scrap of paper, and it just tells me, so these are my 13 rounds, and so I just sort of labelled them, and then that's where I'm going to actually fold my fabric and pop them in the bags, and then I've got them there. And as I say, you know, you make a decision. So I'm starting with this particular aqua, then I'm going to a stone colour, then I want an aqua. Don't know if you can see those, bring them over. I'll show you as we assemble it.
It's just about getting yourself a bit organised, isn't it, Cara?
It is. So, you know, I just found that worked for me. Other people may actually put them in like little Tupperware containers, envelopes. You know, it's just nice to have them all out and ready. So actually assembling the cushion doesn't take long. It's the preparation that takes a little bit of time.
Okay.
But take your time. Okay. So then you have your strips. And as I say, I've got quite a lot left over, but I'm going to start with the centre of the cushion. And just, you didn't want to sit and watch me cut. I think there's about 253 in total. So I have done some already.
At the moment, we're all trying to think of things that will, you know, take a bit more time. We've all got a bit more time, haven't we, to do lots of cutting and lots of sewing.
So I use this lovely ruler, and I think you've got something similar.
Oh, I love it. These are the, I love my quilting friends, aren't they? The creative grids. And I thought, oh, those little heart things are so cute, but they're actually non-slip grips,
That's right, that's right. So, you know, my little ruler like this was ideal, and I think you have got something similar on your website.
We've got exactly the same, but it's 6 inch.
Yes.
So it's slightly smaller than yours, but it's exactly the same with all the different measurements.
Yeah, this is the one that I liked using for the 2.5 inch squares, because it is 2.5 inch wide.
What's the time? You don't need to get your big 24.5 inch ruler out, do you?
No, definitely not. So now the next thing you'll do is actually cut your squares. So you've got your 2.5 inch strip that's been pressed. This one hasn't been pressed, but and then you'll just go ahead and cut your 2.5 inch squares. You can layer a few of them at a time. You know, quilters will have a lot more confidence than I have. But I managed, when I was doing the 32 2.5 inch strips, I actually layered 2 of the strips together. But if you've got a lot of confidence, you can do obviously more of them together at a time. So, whoops, didn't cut that one. I think my blade needs, after cutting all of these, I think my blade needs changing.
Probably needs changing, doesn't it?
I know.
Sue said she absolutely loves your cushion. Cara's cushion is fantastic. Loves to all. Morning, Sue. I hope you're all good.
Yes,
frosty
morning,
in
Sue.
Staffordshire.
Oh, I bet it is. It was frosty on the way over.
Alison says the rainbow panel is fab with love heart eye emojis. Thinking about Alison's apron, actually, Alison, this would be nice, wouldn't it, with one of these panels? June, morning, Vixen team. Do you get the pattern for the Stardust cushion? It's in the book. It's in the 25 ways to sew jelly rolls, layer cakes and charm packs. And as Cara said, even if you're not a quilter, actually there's so many projects in here that are a bit different, aren't they? Modern quilts,
yes.
Really unusual techniques. So whether you're a quilter or you're not, I still think that you're going to be able to find there's something for everybody in here.
Definitely. You know, as I say, you know, I'm sort of thinking ahead, and maybe I will make a quilt one day, and that would be something that I would start with, definitely.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good.
So
do it.
Watch this space. Anyway, so you're cutting all your 2.5 inch strips. Again, you know, I cut the 2.5 inch strips off the panel one night. The next night I did all my 2.5 inch squares and popped them in my bags. And then the next night I started assembling.
Do you have a stripology? I know you like creative grids. You haven't got one.
No, would that help me? I don't know, would it on there, on the panel?
Maybe with your subcutting. I think with your subcutting, especially the mini one would be good. But,
yes.
But I just wondered in general, because I know that you like the creative grids. We have got the mini stripology back in stock, which lots of you have noticed. It's literally come back in stock today. So if you do want it, it's there. $36.99. I'm not supposed to mention it today, but we just wanted, but it's because Cara mentioned that she had the mini quilting ruler, so we had to sort of go onto the ruler section of the website, and then we saw it. So yeah, we've just pinched it, but yeah, a bit irrelevant, but we wanted to mention that we've got it.
Right.
See how we slipped it in there.
Yeah, I might take a look at that as well. The other thing is, so you've done all your prep.
Okay.
And everything. I will show you how to fold. We're taking a bit of time on this bit, but then I'm going to hopefully have a chance to sort of show you how to assemble it.
Brilliant.
Well, I will have a chance to show you how to assemble it. The other show that was on when we did the tote bag, you know, if you want to look back on that, there may be things that I've sort of skipped over on this one.
Yeah, we'll find the date for that.
Yeah. So with the fat quarter, you want to cut a piece of fabric, and I actually cut mine, I think I cut mine 16 by 16. So this is the plain fabric that you get included in your bundle. As I say, I think I went for 16 by 16. And the reason why I went for a larger piece of fabric than they, I think in the book they actually say 14 by 14. The reason why I went for a larger one is that when I started assembling it, if you've never done it before, there could be a tendency to actually make the cushion slightly, or the panel slightly bigger.
Okay.
Because of the way you assemble it. So I just thought it's much, much better to have a bigger piece of fabric than you're actually going to need. What you'll do is when you've cut your fabric, this is the base fabric that you're going to be using for assembling, is then draw, and I just used my sew line pencil. I wouldn't use a friction one, because if you're going to be pressing this as you're assembling it will disappear. So I actually drew an 11-inch square, because if you follow the instructions and you're very, very accurate, you will get an 11-inch panel.
I think you can kind of see it on your screen, can you?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You can see it, can't you? And I can see it.
It's just if I've got another pen or something.
No, it's fine.
Anyway.
It's fine. It's all in the instructions.
Okay.
We can see it, Elliot's saying.
So 11 by 11. And then what I did was I actually did a diagonal across that way, the square, and a diagonal across that way, and then the halfway marks as well. And that helps you with the actual assembly. And then the centre one, right in the centre, I just made a couple of dots there, and that's the 2.5-inch square, and that's where you're going to be starting.
Right.
Okay. So before we actually start assembling, which we'll do, I'll show you how you press the actual squares together.
The turquoise is one of the most popular. The red, also very, very popular, is the rainbow. Is that the rainbow? So
yes.
Red is the rainbow one. There's absolutely beautiful colours in that panel. It's gorgeous. There you go. It's on the side graphic. £19.99, and you've still got the spot red as well to be able to do the border and your strap. You also get your lining fabric and your fat quarter of calico. Right, so what are you pressing? Sorry,
okay,
Cara.
so I've got my 2.5-inch squares. I'm going to keep one of them flat, so I'm not going to fold that. And then you will fold your other squares. So with the dots, you think that's an overall pattern. It's actually, you've got stripes.
Ah, yeah, so perfect for folding.
So you can either fold it that way in half, or you can fold it that way. And it's entirely up to you. The only thing that I would say is be consistent. So if you decide to fold it one way, then keep folding it that way. So I'm going to fold it with the dots going across.
Yeah.
So you fold that in half, you match your raw edges as best as possible, and then just press. And then this is the real sort of technical bit. So take a bit of time on it if you've not done it before.
Just shimmy all of yourself to the right, so your mat to the right, that's it, and we'll really key in. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what you're going to do now is bring the folded, you've got the folded edge there, and you're going to bring the corner down until your raw edges match.
Okay.
Okay. Then you bring the other folded edge down until the raw edges match. What you're aiming for is absolutely no gap at all where those folds meet. So at the moment I can see I've got a bit of a gap. So don't worry about this raw edge just maybe bring that over slightly. And it depends how accurate you've been with your cutting and things, but you don't want any gap at all where those folded edge at the point.
Right.
So then you'll press that.
And do you need to get your big iron, or can you do this with a rolling press, or do you need to do it with an iron? Really?
I found it easier with an iron.
Yeah.
You could. I haven't tried it, but you could try it with the rolling press, or one of the little irons. You know, it's very easy to do it with a little iron. So again, this is the important thing. So you're folding that again in half. Oops. And
yeah,
then
the
you're
iron
folding
will
it
cool
again.
down whilst you're on cordless.
Yes.
As you go. And the cordless iron is on the website though. Just type in the word iron. Kat's just ordered hers.
I think I wouldn't mind one of these, especially when I'm doing projects for Sewing Street. It's I'm usually on the floor in my office where the iron's plugged in. So this is, again, something that will take a little bit of time, but lovely, you know, get your ironing board out, get your iron out, and, you know, stand and watch the telly while you're doing it. It's not something that you've got to concentrate on too much.
Yeah, Susan said, I am loving this. It is quite therapeutic, isn't it? Just doing all your folding. And even once you've got your prep done, like you said, it's something you don't need to actually use too much brain power for. No. You can sit in front of the television and do that.
As I say, this is the last one that I'm doing, and I'm just going to sort of, again, tell you that just be careful when you're folding that you don't have any gap at the top there. It's just better if that point is nice. I'm sure there's a technical term for it, but you want nice points. So you've got 4 of those folded and 1 plain. I'm going to put that there. And I'm not going to stand there and iron it all. I've done it all before, so hopefully we can then get on with actually assembling. So
Michelle says, I have the iron. It can be cordless or corded and perfect for sewing. We love it. Absolutely love it. It comes on a nice stand as well, doesn't it? That you can lock in place.
Yes.
Which is really good. I mean, you can pay a lot of money for iron. Kat's mum, because Kat's ordered it today, and she said that her mum paid £80 for her iron, and she could not believe that this one was £30. It's exciting,
no brainer. The other thing that I found was really useful, I think this one's come apart, but is the rotating mat.
Yeah.
That one's actually come.
No, if you spin it, that's it. That should lock into place there.
Yeah.
You're in.
Okay. The rotating mat is really useful, not for cutting, but actually for the assembly.
Yeah.
Because once you start sort of assembling it, you find it easier to move it around like that. The other invaluable tool that I found was my glue pen.
Oh.
It was just...
And when you said that this is in, I always take a bit of a sigh of, it's always sold out. Whereas, actually, it is here. It's actually here. It's not an illusion. It is the Solo glue pen. Right, and you did say you really need one of these for this project.
Definitely. It just makes it easier. You can do it without and use pins. But I just found it much easier because you're going to be actually taking things over to the sewing machine. So you want to be sure that, you know, the squares aren't going to move or anything like that. The triangles aren't going to move. So
see, another reason why we love the glue pen. This is always handy. So get yourself some refills as well. We have got some refills, but it is something that you will use for lots of different projects, whether it be for bag making to insert zips. It's really handy, isn't it?
I actually used it for the next hour when I was doing the little felt things.
Oh, lovely.
So, you know, I'm afraid I need to order some more refills.
There you go. Yeah. You get 8 of them for £6.99. 8 refills. They're blue, but it doesn't matter because it dries clear, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, definitely. So we've got our square. If you've got a rotating mat, use your rotating mat. If you haven't, that's fine. And what you're going to do is actually, where we've made the marks for the 2.5 inch, you're going to place your middle.
Just come to the right again, sorry, Cara. You've just shimmied over towards me a bit. That's it.
Okay. And then just pop that in the centre. And all this information is actually included in the book. If I show you in the book where we're going with the actual project. So we've gone through all the cutting, we've gone through folding, and then the triangles, and now we're starting the assembly.
Brilliant.
Okay.
It's all very clear, isn't it?
It is. So now that you've popped that in position, you're actually going to match these in the corners. Sorry, not in the corners, at the sides there.
Right.
So your line that you've drawn before matches the line of the actual folded piece. Okay. So I'm just going to pop a bit of glue there to hold that in position. And what's lovely about the glue is that you can move things around. You don't actually...
It's repositioning,
yes,
isn't it? It's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, when we first started doing English paper piecing, I thought, oh, I've got a Pritt stick in the cupboard. That's surely similar. And it's not.
No.
I mean, we've probably all tried different craft glues, but this is actually especially developed for sewers, isn't it? So it's not going to gum up your needle. It is a temporary glue, so it's going to wash out. And it's a low tack glue, basically, isn't it?
It is. So
Really
all I'm
useful.
doing is I'm just positioning those 4 triangles that I've assembled. I'm just positioning those. In fact, that one I need to maybe just move that with my finger. I think I needed the iron a little bit hotter. So just take your time, and your diagonal lines are matching up with the diagonal lines on the back fabric here and here and here. The reason why you've got the coloured fabric underneath is if for any reason those triangles move, you've got the same colour underneath, so it won't be so obvious.
Right.
So I'm just going to move that one a bit. As I say, I think needed that a little bit hotter. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to actually just press that. And again, this is the reason why you don't want your friction pen.
Oh yeah, all your markings might disappear.
Let's just have a little look. I think I need it on a maximum. And you can just press that over the top until you're happy that you've got that in the right position. Oh, that's better. I can hear it. That's much better. Didn't have it hot enough before. Okay, so that's your first one. That's it.
Amazing. Okay.
So what you're going to do now is just with the machine, just machine around the edge. So I've got so many bits all over the place, sorry.
Now, as you build this up, I bet you're going through quite a lot of layers. So you've put your walking foot on.
I've put my walking foot. Is it okay if I move this towards me? That's it. So I'm just going to, and again, this is the reason why, if this wasn't pinned, you lift it up and they'd go flying all over the place and you wouldn't be very happy. So the glue pen or pinning before you take it to the machine.
And the glue pen's going to be so much less faff, isn't it, than
Yes.
having to take out a load of pins?
Yes, definitely, and you don't want to leave any pins in.
So you're going to sew around the outside?
So I'm just sewing around the outside and I'm going to put it on a 3 length stitch, and a walking foot just helps. Not yet, because you've only got a few layers, but if you think about it, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers of fabric already.
And it is going to only build and build, isn't it?
And you're just machining around the edge, just to hold this in position.
Oh, Jill, thank you so much. She sent us a picture of her make come through. Here we go. Hi, Vicky, and colouring team. I thought you'd like to see my bag I've recently made.
Definitely.
Oh, I had great fun making it, Jill said. That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Wonderful. I love the colours.
Yeah, lovely.
Really nice.
We got the purple one. We haven't, have we?
No.
We've got the turquoise, the rainbow, the yellow.
She must have used some of her stash.
Yeah, nice. That is really lovely.
You know, which is nice if you do want to match it to your home furnishing, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't go, or you know, if it's a present for somebody.
Yeah, well, once you've got the book, once you've got the pattern of knowing how to do it, then you've got that option, haven't you?
Yep.
That's why we're doing it separately. Okay.
Okay, so I've machined that in position, and then I will come to find my bag. Number 8, so I need 8, and I've done the stone colour next. So take those out.
The turquoise has been very popular. Very, very popular. We've got, how long did you say, sorry, Kat? Oh, we've got about 6 minutes left, Cara, so we'll try and get another couple of rounds.
Yes, yeah. So we've done the first round, which is there. The next round, you take the next 4 triangles and you place them at the points, and they're going to be 1/2 inch. Now this is the only one really where I would suggest measuring. Okay, so they're going to be 1/2 inch from the centre. So I'm just going to pop that there, and your point is going to be 1/2 inch from the centre, and again that seam is going to be matched with that diagonal line. Can you see that? Okay, I'll come over just a tad. And this is where this rotating mat is quite useful. So I've got my 1/2 inch there, and I'm going to put just a dob of glue. That's a technical term.
A dob.
A dob of glue underneath there. And then if you rotate that, you do exactly the same. So we've got another 1/2 inch there, another dob of glue, and the point is 1/2 inch from the centre. Then rotate it, again 1/2 inch. And you'll start to see the shapes building up.
All in the preparation, isn't it?
It is, it is. And this is the lovely bit, you know, when you start assembling, it really does come together very quickly. So that's your first round. Okay, I'm just going to show you again, as I say, because when you get your pack and your book at home, it's just nice to know that they cover everything. It's just such a lovely book. So we've done this section here.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it says take the remaining 4 triangles and place the points of each of them 1/2 inch again from the centre, and you attach by stitching round. So the next round again is 1/2 inch from the centre.
I do like this little handy ruler, like you said, that's a really useful size, especially that it's got all of your inches. Lots of people have been checking out on that one today. It's just $15.99, which is one of the most affordable creative grid rulers I've ever seen. Amazing value. And it's handy that it's got all of the different markings. Plus it's got your non-slip grip, but also it's easier than lugging around. Even your smaller creative grid ruler that we have that's probably, I don't know, what have we got that's sized down from 24 inch? They're just too cumbersome, aren't they, for this project? You can sit in front of the sofa, like you say, set up your ironing board and sort of get yourself a bit of a station, a little lap tray, and be able to do all your sticking.
So as I say, 1/2 inch, and this is really when it's useful to actually just measure. And your line, your seam is matching your vertical line there. And you need your last one. When you're actually doing this, you're right on top of it, so it's hard to look. And what I loved last time was when I took that out, I could see the star shape, and you know, that sort of comes together so quickly. So now what we're going to do is just machine around to hold that again in position. Again, I'm just going to give it a quick press.
I mean, is the finished size about 16 by 16, Cara? So it's a nice workable size.
Yeah, the actual to the edge of the cushion is about 11 inches, but it can be a little bit bigger. And then you can make the cushion whatever size you like, but I think it is about 16 by 16. So
Just while Cara is stitching round, are you again just going round in the square?
Yep.
Brilliant.
It's like a hexagonal now, so yes.
Okay, perfect. So this is the bundle. Just want to make sure that we show everybody everything that they're getting for the end of the hour as well, but still show as much as we can with Cara. So you've got your exclusive panel. Now, last time this was on air, it sold out. Everything sold out. This is a brand new colourway this time. Last time we did this technique, it was really, really popular. Remember, whether you're doing the cushion or the tote bag, you've got your 2.5-inch strips, and you've still got all of this fabric as well to be able to do your border and the back of your cushion, or if you want to do the straps and the border of your bag. So that's plenty, plus you'll have some left over. You're also in this bundle getting 1/2 metre of your natural seeded cotton, and then you also get a fat quarter of calico. So both of these are going to look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If you do want to watch back the show previously, where you'll see again more of the technique, it was back on the 20th of December, just before Christmas, 20th of December, if you want to watch it back on YouTube. Amazing. Back to you, Cara.
That's okay, right. So all I've done is I've just machined round just to hold those in position. So we've gone from the 5 to the 8, and now we want a 16, and now I'm going to do a 16 in a different colour, so in the aqua. I just love these colours, really, really do. And just show you again in the book. So the next stage you're going to have, so this is for the next 4 rounds. So you've got 4 rounds that have got 16 of the triangles, and you're going to be assembling these in a very, very similar way to the way that you did the 8.
Okay.
So I'll quickly just pop those, whoops, in position. So again, we're going to start with the corners. And now this is going to actually be 1/4 inch. Now you can measure it if you like, or you can do it by eye. And I found out after a time, it was just as easy to do it by eye. But the most important thing is that that line there follows through. You don't want your triangle to be like that or too far back. You want it to sort of sit just along that guideline there.
Okay.
So again, with your glue stick, your triangles in position. And once you've done it a few times, you will get used to the actual distance, and you'll do it visually to start with.
Yeah, you get your eye in then, don't you?
Yes, you do, you do.
Just whilst you're sticking, this is the rainbow colourway. How beautiful is this? This is the one sold out last time. It was the one that was the demo was made out of. The patterns are all gorgeous, aren't they?
They are just so pretty, so pretty, and so subtle. It's not sort of like in your face.
But it really, like you say, adds texture, it really works.
Yeah.
Especially with the smaller scale print. Sorry, we got the date wrong. It wasn't the 20th of December, it was the 10th of December. 10th of December, if you want to watch back another hour of this demo, so you'll be able to get, again, more techniques. Just £19.99. And that isn't just for the panel. You're also getting with this bundle, what colours is it? 1/2 metre, this one. 1/2 metre of nude. And then you also get a fat quarter of calico. I absolutely love all of the prints, and as I say, because they're ditzy print, you're not going to lose any of those in this technique. You'll still have more of them left over. I think if you do this with a solid, it will look so different. By all means, have a go.
Definitely.
But I really like that you've got the ditzy prints. If you did it with batik, it's going to look really different as well.
Oh gosh, definitely.
Absolutely. So that's your rainbow. It's called Red Starburst. Check out now. There's loads of you who've got these in your baskets. What a gorgeous technique and a real feature cushion, isn't it?
It really is.
Really.
And when you get to this stage, it's very, very sort of mindful.
Yeah.
You know, you just think, right, okay, and you just work your way through.
Which is what we all need. Kat's thinking about putting hers as wall art as well, in a hoop or something. This would look lovely, wouldn't it, or in a frame. I do like that sort of tactileness to it. I'd really like this as a cushion. I know that we can do it as a bag, but I do think because it's so tactile, it does work really well as a cushion.
So all I'm doing is I'm layering. So I've done my the 8, and now I'm finishing off with 16. Now the 16 actually fits between these 2 points here. And what I've done, and I will just double check it, is I've matched my point with where those 2 previous ones overlap.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And this is where, if you don't do this, this is where you might find that your actual cushion is a little bit bigger. So it's worth sort of just taking a little bit of time. But the most important thing is when you're doing this, and as you increase with the number of triangles, is that you step back and look and think, yep, that looks good.
Yeah, take a photograph or something.
I actually put mine on the floor and looked at it from a distance. Yeah. So I'm just going to iron that again.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's
I mean,
so
all of
pretty.
these colourways are going to look gorgeous. I think the blues as well. I mean, you saw the blues with the cushion and how effective it is, and especially as Cara's alternated blue, yellow, it looks really, really nice. Still got all of the different ditzy prints, still got all of those different patterns. This one was on the 10th of December and sold out completely. It's only $19.99 for the whole bundle, and that's including your exclusive panel, plus you're also getting your ½ metre of sunshine and your fat quarter of calico. So you're getting all of those fabrics, and they match in absolutely perfectly with your panel. And that's to create this one that you've seen Cara make up already. There it is. Oh, nice. Again, the texture is amazing, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I like your little video there, Elliot. That was a bit snazzy, wasn't it? And so, Cara, again, now this is getting quite bulky, isn't it?
It is getting quite bulky. You can do it on a normal machine. I got given a walking foot for Christmas.
Oh,
so
did
I must have been good.
Nice.
Santa, I must have been
there
good
you
for
go.
Santa.
No excuse. You can be doing quilts all day long then.
So all I'm doing is just machining around the edge there.
I've had a question from Kath.
Yep.
When it says to wash the fabric, when you say to wash the fabric before you use it, can I do this in the machine or do I need to hand wash it?
Oh gosh, just you can do it in the machine or hand wash it.
Can you tumble dry it?
I wouldn't, no, because I think with cotton, sometimes the creases get kept in with the cotton.
Oh, don't let this one pass you by either. The pinks is stunning. This is really pretty. It's pinks and sort of pastel blues. It's really fresh. We were saying it's like the night sky. It's so beautiful. £19.99, you get the full panel, ½ metre of pink and a fat quarter of calico. I mean, that is amazing value, isn't it? We'd love to see these made up. Please, if you do make any of them, send us in your photos, or if you made it from the previous show back on the 10th of December, send in your photographs. Or we'd love to see it on the Facebook fan page as well. So not only do you get the panel, you also get your ½ metre of pink, and you also get your calico. Oh, sorry, Cara, we are running out of time.
I know. I just wanted to sort of say, right, you just carry on.
Yeah.
You just carry on building it up and do a round at a time. And as I say, just take your time, stand back from it, and I can see that that's actually assembling, you know, quite well with the star shape in the centre, the starburst. So.
It is. It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? It's really coming together already. I mean, you can start to see that. That's, like you say, that starburst effect in action. I love it. Thank you ever so much, Cara.
That's quite all right.
We're going to do some nice, mindful, slow sewing as well with your embroidery birds, aren't we?
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
Amazing. We'll see you now. Thank you very much.
All
Thank
right,
you very much.
See you in a bit.
Now, just to remind you, the Starburst pattern comes from this book. It's brilliant value for money. One, if you break down the price per project, you've got 25 projects in here. But also the different techniques. There aren't very many modern quilts that I've seen like this, actually. A book. Normally, quilt books are basically all quilts, whereas this is so versatile. You've got cushions, you've got bags, you've got sewing machine covers, you've got things around the home. Look, little lanyard and card holders, really useful bits and bobs. You've got notebooks in here. This is cool. Right, how many of us put our pins in the arm of the sofa? There you go. That's going to stop you. Or in your mouth or anywhere like that where you shouldn't. So this is a nice little pin cushion that you put on the arm of the sofa, and it's got a little tray. That would be a really good one for us to make on air. There's some beautiful projects. This is the one that we've focused on today. Very versatile, whether it be a cushion, a bag, a wall art. There's so many different ways that you can, of course, use this technique. And like Cara was saying, it's just really nice and mindful. We've all got a bit more time still on our hands at the moment, haven't we? And the weather is so miserable outside. It's just nice to sit and do something calming and mindful. So, very, very busy. Way over half the stock has now gone. Please do check out of your basket. There are other bits and bobs on the website that are essential for this project, things like your glue pen, maybe rotating cutting mats. It's definitely worth having a look at those. The ruler that Cara was using, they're all on the website. Now, the early bird today was amazing. We had to fly through it, and we had over 900 units. Hundreds of you have already checked out on this. Of course, an essential in today's world is our face coverings. And this is an official Visaline product that goes in between your two cotton fabrics to create your lining for your face mask. It's just £4.98. It's pre-cut into a 1 metre piece. Now, we've only previously seen it in 1/2 metre size, and that was enough to make 7 of the face coverings that we were making with Rebecca Reed. So if you do want to add another layer into your face covering, this is a great chance to do it, and it's the first time that we've ever discounted the price as well. So this, as we say, if you are making it with our face covering panels, it isn't medical grade, but it does fit all of the government guidelines in terms of face coverings, having, of course, your lining and your, if you do want to add a 3rd layer for extra protection, then this is what Visaline would advise to use. £4.98 for a whole metre. And if you are multi-buying, as so many of you are, just to be aware that it comes pre-cut like this. Amazing. Right, just wanted to let you know about that because it was a very fast early bird today, but hundreds of you have already got this. Now, I'm so excited to have Jane back. It's been ages, way too long. We get one show a month with her, and this month's edition is jam-packed. We've got exclusives, we've got brand new kits, we've got some of your favourites back in stock, and we've got Jane with all of her amazing knowledge and stories. So get any questions in for her that you may have, any questions that you might have, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff, and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back. As predicted, we did say this morning we had eagle eyes on the website checking out everything on pre-order. We have uploaded, just so you know, and in fact I'll show everybody how you do it, just because I know that there are a lot of people who are there eager, ready for all of these kits. I don't want you to miss out, especially if you're new and you haven't done the pre-order before. Let me show you. So if you go to our website, sewingstreet.com, if you click Watch Live underneath the live feed program, if you scroll down, keep going, on the right-hand side, can you see there's a part that's not highlighted? Kat's now hovered her cursor over the top of it and it's highlighted pre-order. If you click that, all of Jane's kits from this hour and the next hour, you'll find new, you'll find exclusives, you'll find some of your favourites back. It's always a very busy day whenever we have Jane here. As I say, we only get to borrow her for one day a month. So please do make sure you're checking out on anything that you want right now. If there's anything that you want from previous shows, if you type in Cross Stitch Guild on the website, there's even more things. So it's definitely worth having a bit of a browse through whilst we're chatting away this hour. And whilst Jane's here, please will you send your photographs if you've done any of her kits before. I know how much she would love to see them. So please do. We always sell out on these kits, and I know lots of people have had, you know, plenty of time that they might have been getting into doing some more slow stitching and counted cross stitch. So if you do want to send in your photos, it's studio@sewingstreet.com. We would love to show them on air. studio@sewingstreet.com. Okay. Can we start with something that when we looked through the show last week and we saw that we got to come in, we were so excited about this. I mean, this is brilliant. First of all, I'm going to quickly bring in the graphics and then we'll say hello to Jane and why this is so exciting. We've got loads of things, but we just want to make the most of being able to, everybody being able to get this, because this is exclusive to us, and we'll explain exactly why this is so exciting with Jane. But if you want it, there are your graphics. Jane, it's so lovely to have you back.
Hello everybody.
How are you?
Yes, fine, thank you. Fine.
Good.
You know, we had the fright of having COVID.
Oh, I know, but you
Yeah,
both
we're all fine.
recovered,
Yes,
and
yes.
you're absolutely fine.
Yes, I'm fine. I wasn't very poorly, or just fluey, you know,
Yeah.
just a bit unpleasant.
Yeah.
But my husband had to go into hospital, and that was pretty scary
I was
stuff.
going to say,
But
it's
he's
terrifying.
fine. He's had a chest X-ray just, and he's completely clear. So,
Oh, good.
but it's jolly grown up, isn't it?
Oh, it's, yeah,
Phew,
I know.
yes, didn't like it very
is still
much.
scary times.
Yes.
And I think, you know, having things like counted cross stitch
Oh.
and having just that mindful time
Absolutely.
to take your mind off everything.
I
is
don't know.
Really,
I mean,
really needed.
I'm quite a big lady, and the young nurse in charge of the ward where he was quite a small little person, and I marched in with my bosoms out, and she just gave me PPE to wear so I could go and visit him.
Oh,
But
brilliant.
she didn't say we don't visit. She just went, all right. She just got everything.
Oh,
so
good.
I went in just for the visit after lunch each day, and then he could come home. He was only in 48 hours.
Oh,
But it's just he was in a COVID ward with a lot of very, very poorly people, so it was pretty unpleasant.
Well, he's definitely on the mend because he was up bright and early with you to watch the cricket, wasn't it? At 4 o'clock this morning.
Yes, he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning for the first time that I can ever remember in 42 years, I think it is. But it's because we're playing the Sri Lankans, and that's the time lag.
Right, okay.
So he snuggled up in front of the cricket. What I was going to say when I went on and on about Bill being in hospital was if I hadn't had my stitching at home while he was in hospital, I think I'd have gone bananas, you know.
Yeah, that's it.
Because it does take your mind somewhere else.
Yeah, so many people I know who have said they've found it really their sort of sanctuary to be able to sit and
It just somehow it takes the steam out of the event. Because you can't, I mean, I do use a sewing machine. I make clothes for myself occasionally, and I do make bits and pieces for my website, but sitting and stitching is a different animal, you know, completely. And this is, well...
This is really exciting. We've never done anything like this, actually, have we?
No, there's a bit of a story attached to all this, as always, of course. These bundles, I mean, the weight of them, I was actually surprised. I got mine yesterday from Andrea, from the Cross Stitch Guild.
There's loads of linen in it.
Loads of fabric. Now, we're calling it even weave. Now, I'm saying that advisedly because if I've got one as well. This was the one that came to me by post.
Right, okay.
And so
this
is the one you've been sent. And you can see the variety. Now,
great variety of colours.
It is a random variety, so every one might be different, but the weight's the same. So they've been weighed.
Right,
so it's fair.
350 grams.
You see, and I couldn't believe that was 300. I thought that was more than that.
Yeah,
but
feels
I checked it.
Very weighty.
You've got a gold-plated needle in there. Well, that's already worth having.
Fantastic.
Now, if I just go through my pile, the ones in my right hand are linen.
Oh, just so you know, there's loads of you that have checked out on this. There are loads of you checking out on it. Right, now, if I tell you, this is just on my pile, okay? No. Right, these are linen. Okay. By that I mean they're made of flax, the natural stuff, 100% flax, these. Now, these are what you would call easy care fabrics. By that I mean they'll be cotton, but they'll have some polyester in as well. Right. So, for instance, if you wanted to make table linens or baby bibs or anything you're going to want to wash a lot, then that's exactly the type of fabric you would use. And if you were doing pulled and drawn thread embroidery, you'd do it on linen. And so you've got really great sizes as well. You're not just talking about little sampler sizes, like tiny little small samples. No, you get some really good sized pieces. Look. If I open mine out, look, because we had a conversation, obviously, about we had a delivery of fabrics assorted. I won't go into any more boring details, but shall we just say that there's an enormous selection, and some of them were horrible. Okay, so we're not going to get any of the sort of... You're not going to have any horrible. Okay. All right, yes. I mean, this is about these fabrics coming from continental Europe. And they like dark brown linen and camel coloured linen and colours that we don't use or like very much. But you see, all of these are all lovely, aren't wearable. They? They're wearable, aren't they? Look. Absolutely. So let's have a look. Here we go. Look, so you will get some nice big chunks. I mean, I want one. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, when the guild was at my house, obviously I had a stash, 400 square feet of stash. Well, I don't now. So this is a lovely stash, isn't it, to get going? Look, I'm getting an abusement. And it's really beautiful quality. I know you're very particular in the quality of the linen that you... Yes, this is lovely. Now, so you get your gold needle, you get this stack of stuff. Right, now that's not a novelty, is it? We'll talk about gold needles in a bit, but you do get a gold-plated needle, and which is not one of ours. Proper job. Okay. You get, now, this bundle of threads is an assortment that we've collected from my stitchers. Yeah. When stitchers come back to me with work, their thread cards are there with the bundles in, and we've sorted them out to make nice collections. Now, my husband has been helping me make these, and I don't think he's got fantastic colour sense,
as a general rule. I'm being very careful because he might be watching. But he said, I can't go wrong, can I? Because I'm using your palette of colours. They're bound to be all right. And actually, they are. They're lovely.
They are beautiful colours.
And you get a chart.
Lovely for spring.
This is just for you to play with. I've done some alphabets for you, upper and lower case, all in the same symbol, just crosses.
Yeah.
If I put them there where you can see, I think it needs to be that way up, but I'll no doubt be told if it isn't.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you if you're in the wrong place.
You'll tell me. So you've got upper and lower case and some numbers. So, you know, there's greetings cards.
That's it,
just
personalising
experiment.
things.
You've got
someone
the threads.
who's moved home or want to
anything.
anything.
You know, it's just, I mean, where do you start?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the problem, is, you know, you want to start 6 things at once. No, I think they're smashing. So this is Madeira stranded cotton.
Lovely.
Which you all often refer to as embroidery silks,
yes.
But it's cotton. So it's 6 ply, similar to DMC and Anchor.
Lovely.
Beautiful mercerised thread. So it has a sheen. If you use, there are flower threads out there and there are other threads where they're matte finish.
Okay.
But these, look at these. I mean,
no, they're not matte finished, are they?
No, they've got a shine and a twist. And generally, on the fabrics we've got here, with perhaps a couple of exceptions, you'd use 2 strands. Now, if you aren't sure how many threads to use, a really good trick is because these fabric counts will vary.
Okay.
They're not all 28 counts.
No.
Some of them will be a bit bigger and smaller and so on. I could probably tell you what they are if I looked, you see. That'll be 32. This is certainly 28. That might be 25, and so on. So they vary. So what you do is you take a thread off the side of your material, like that. And then you want the thread you're sewing with to be as thick as that.
Oh gosh, that's a really good tip.
Well,
and is that a rule
general,
sort of standard? Yeah,
general rule. I mean, obviously, if you're working on fine linen and doing surface embroidery, it won't work because the linen's completely dense and you're going to have, say, a transfer or a drawing on it and do satin stitch and so on. For counting, you're using the holes in the fabric and counting the threads, and so you want it, as a general rule, you would want it to be as thick as that. So on this fabric, I would be using 2 strands, so these get split.
Okay.
I will take just...
I was going to say, is there a way of splitting them without getting into a bit of a tangle?
Yes, this is quite a common... This is a slip knot. Now, it's very interesting, actually, because I was teaching somebody, who should remain nameless, how to do a slip knot. This is somebody with a high Mensa score.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, can't do one. You cannot do a slip knot. Right, so if I just get one length, so these will be approximately 20 centimetres long, because that's how long we make our threads.
Yeah.
And if you go to the end, well, first of all, what you don't do is take 2 from the end, like so. Let's try and do it and see if I can demonstrate the point. Come on, Jane, you can do this.
Just so you know, we're very limited. And what you said to us is what we've got is what we've got.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we have more fabrics.
Okay.
And when I come back next month, we might have an Ada bundle for you. So those of you who are a bit cheated and only work on Ada, and I know there's some of you out there, then if you hang on till next month, I'm sure we'll have an Ada bundle. But if you pull this apart, you'll actually get a knot about here. So resist the temptation and pull from the end.
Oh, there you go. And you're not going to get entangled.
So if you take that, for instance, I could quickly show this, I think. If I fold that in half, like so, that's your 2 that you're going to use for there. And I'm going to nick a needle out of here, which we're going to talk about in a second.
Oh,
because
yes.
I buried the other one under all this fabric. Obviously, you'd never spit on it, because it's absolutely disgusting.
Did you hear me saying, Jane, in the last time, anyone who puts their needles and things in the side of the sofa?
Absolutely, don't. Right, so I've threaded my needle with the 2 loose ends, And I've got the loop on the bottom. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Lovely.
You might need to just come to your right side. Oh, that's all right. Just slip slightly to your right. That's perfect.
How's that? So there you are. So if I decided I was going to use 2 lengths on this, because I've pulled the whisker off,
Yeah.
this is my 2. And to start my stitching, what you can do is bring the needle up, cross 2 threads to make a cross, and this is the reason to watch today. And then pop it through the loop on the back.
Just come straight to the right again. Sorry, Jane. That's it.
There, find my mark. There we
Can you
are.
hear him in the gallery?
No, I
What's the
can't.
boss say?
I think I would lose it if I had to have talk back. I think I would definitely lose it. So that makes you the cross stitch without any knots or spaghetti on the back. So the loop start is just how to do it.
Amazing.
So I'll come back to that in a
Yeah,
minute.
they're completely sold out. So
Oh.
we do need to get us some more, please.
Right.
Can we talk about the needles?
Of course we
as we were
can, of course.
mentioning those. So gold-plated needle, you do get a gold-plated needle in those bundles that you've just got. Well done if you manage to get yours. You're going to have so much fun with them. I mean, there's so many
Oh, it's
possibilities.
just delicious, isn't it? Look
Oh,
at me.
the colours are gorgeous.
Shocking, really.
So the gold-plated needles, for anybody who hasn't heard you talk about why you use gold-plated needles,
I will tell you.
tell us the story.
And those of you who've heard it before, I apologise. Okay, so I met these when my daughter was 5 months old, and she's 32 in a minute.
Yeah.
That's how long ago. And we were in America with my distributors for the Cross Stitch Guild in that time, and I was being taken round embroidery shops. And a shopkeeper said, you obviously use a gold needle. And I went,
Thought it was
really?
a bit of a novelty.
Bit of a novelty, a bit American, really. You know, I was very dismissive. Anyway, she immediately took me to task and gave me 2 to try. One I stripped the gold off in 40 minutes. The other one I thought was just lovely. And it just slid through the fabric and I'm la 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 la. Anyway, when we came back to the UK, I approached my needle manufacturer and said, I'd like gold-plated ones, please. Everybody fell about with laughter. So I
Is
spent...
it something that you'd seen really here in the UK,
No.
or nobody had?
I had no knowledge of this phenomenon.
Yeah.
And it was long before internet, of course, so
Yeah.
I was on the phone with the Yellow Pages
Yeah.
for an afternoon. Eventually a company stopped laughing and agreed to gold plate 1,000 size 24 needles for me. And then he said, how much gold do you want? I said, I don't know. What does it come in? And he said, well, British Nuclear Fuels have, and the MOD, they have 2 microns on their stuff. And I said, okay, I just don't want the gold to come off. Oh, it won't if you have 2 microns. I said, well, that's what I want. What do the MOD use it for then? Detonators on grenades, madam. I said, right, that's what I want.
That's what I want then on my needle.
Little did I know, it was the best decision I ever made, because probably 18 months after we'd been selling them, and they were going very well and people were loving them, a big manufacturer who should remain nameless immediately came out with some, but they were the dipped in the corner
Okay, so do you find that would come off, be stripped quite quickly?
Yeah, you'd strip it very quickly.
And what is the benefit of having the gold plating? What do you find that it's different? to having?
I haven't used a nickel-plated needle for many, many years now. As I said, these are my gold ones. It slides through the fabric beautifully. The coefficient of friction is less with gold. That just means it's smooth.
The science.
So it's smooth. Now, I often work with more than one needle going on. And a nickel-plated needle can mark your fabric.
Right.
So if you leave it in.
Okay.
And I do leave mine in. And when I'm making things like French knots or bullion knots or colonial, any of those sort of difficult stitches, it just slides off the needle. And I mean, I've been at a public show where I've demonstrated 180, 190 French knots with a gold needle and not one has gone wrong.
No, and in fact, you also say if you do manage to strip it off,
Absolutely.
to let you know.
Yes, if you can prove, as long as you can prove you got them from us, then the Cross Stitch Guild will replace your needles.
Yeah, that's how confident you are. Right, so if you just bring the needles in front of you so we can see all the different sizes, because you've got lots of different needles in here.
Yes, so if I could start with the essential set, this one with the scissors in, this is if you are new to stitching, you haven't done very much yet, you don't want to spend too much money, blah, blah. You've got a pair of very good scissors and you've got needles for cross stitch.
Okay.
In there. And then in this one, it's specifically for stitchers who do all sorts of things, but counted, not surface embroidery. So you've got a beading needle, you've got a sharp. Now, all the needles we use for counted embroidery are blunt, because you're not piercing the fabric, you're parting the whiskers. Yeah, you're parting the threads. So this one is a sharp for instance, making up some of the things that you're going to see in a minute on the table.
Okay, so if you're constructing
joining
things.
Yeah, joining things. And then you've got a size 22 there, which you would use for hardanger, which we're going to look at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And the rest are cross-stitch needles. So that's, and the curly one is an addition. This is the Plu Perfect collection, because we did have a perfect collection. It's difficult to improve on that, isn't it? But apparently Plu Perfect is a word. And that's, the curly one was put in because we've done some boxes and books in needlework, and they're nice for constructing. Again.
Yeah, we've had, do you know what? We've had lots of pictures come through, in fact, which we would love to show you.
Yes,
first of all, a message across the bottom of the screen. OMG, gold needles are the way to go.
Thank you.
So smooth, and have done cross stitch for years and swapped over to the gold this year. She said, thanks, Jane.
Well done.
Done it for years.
I don't think, I mean, you know, I don't think I've ever stood in front of one of these cameras and told a fib. So if it, you know, they are marvellous. They're just marvellous.
Enjoy. I mean, have a go for yourself. Test them out for yourself.
Yeah,
Brilliant
they're lovely.
price as
Lovely
well.
things.
And then picture. This is from lovely Carolyn. Carolyn
Hello.
said, "Good morning, Jane and Vicky. You're both looking so well. Thank you very much." She said, "I adored the Guild. I adore Jane and her inspiration. I do have a feeling. I do have a feeling the kits. Oops, hubby doesn't know. I think you've managed to get some of them, maybe.
Here's one I did earlier.
Here's one I did earlier. Having a coffee before taking Reggie for his walk. What a blissful way to start the day. Stay safe and
Thanks,
well."
Carolyn. That's very kind, and it's lovely. Well done.
Oh,
you must be
gorgeous,
thrilled
isn't
with
it?
that.
Absolutely gorgeous. We've had quite a few through, actually. This
Lovely.
is from Amber.
Oh, I know that one.
Oh, this is lovely,
Now-
Amber. This is. I think that's sideways, is it, Kat?
It is sideways, yes. The picture's not the right way up. Mr. Robin is standing on his head.
This is the second time I've done cross stitch on linen.
Good
Always
girl.
avoided until now, and now I'm hooked.
Well, you know, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with Ada fabric, nothing at all. In fact, there are projects that benefit from it. If you're trying to do gingham or checks or dogtooth pattern or tartan, because the fabric, which I don't have in front of me at the moment, because the stitches are absolutely square, they never wander because the Ada is woven that way. So if you want square pattern or geometric patterns, it's absolutely first class. If you want to reproduce anything older and more traditional, and or do lots of different stitches, you do need the even weave construction of the fabric. Yeah.
Here's from Carol. Carol, in fact, we've got this kit later on. It's coming up at 11 o'clock.
Oh, good girl,
and
look.
We were a bit concerned that we didn't have it because it's been one of the most popular ones.
Look, Carol, yours has turned out like mine.
Oh, I mean, it looks amazing, doesn't it?
It's, I'm ever so pleased. I know it should turn out like mine. I don't know why I always get surprised. Hopeful. You know, when obviously I draw the things that are always stitched before they go into any sort of production line. So that's lovely. Look at how busy you've been. So you've done the two Quaker ones. Now, top right in the picture on the screen now is one of the Quaker designs. We've actually got supplies of that still.
Yeah,
I don't have the work model with me, unfortunately, but that's still available if any of you fancy it.
Yeah, I think that's coming up at 11 o'clock. She said that she's sewing the fleur et tout at the moment.
Yes, the pretty box with all the... It's one of those collapsing boxes that you open and take the lid off.
Oh, so that's where your curve needle comes in handy.
Exactly.
Right,
exactly
I'm with you.
that.
One last
Fab.
message come through from lovely Jane. Hi Jane. Hi Vicky and
Oh,
crew.
look,
This is my
sampler
first
box.
cross stitch that I stitched in 2013. I love the boxes and the samplers. The two combined couldn't be resisted. That's from Jane in the Isle of Wight. They're
Well done,
great.
Jane. That box we've had on air before, and will again, I'm sure. And it was in my Antique Style Sampler book, which is still in print if any of you still want to get it.
Nice.
Yeah, lovely. Good.
Oh, we've had some lovely photographs. Please
Thank
keep
you.
them coming in. Keep them coming in.
Lovely
Now,
to see them.
this is another brand new one, isn't it?
I'm just going to.
In fact, it is new and it's exclusive until the 1st of February. This is why we are so lucky that we have the relationship that we do with Jane. Just so you know, a quarter of the stock sold out on pre-order already. So if you do want this,
Right.
grab this whilst you can. This is what it looks like finished. Talk me through the little tall house.
Well, okay.
You get excited. I love your passion for these, Jane.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? You'd think it would have worn thin by now. Right, okay. So here we have this dear little pincushion. Now, this
gorgeous.
style of pincushion, I did because I was at the Antiques Market in Cirencester on a Friday, and there was a very pretty pincushion, antique.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could slide under the wire. You know,
Okay,
that
I was
sort
going
of
to say,
thing.
have you been purchasing more antique?
Just a couple. Actually, 10.
Wow.
I bought 10. Yeah, I bought 10. Anyway, where was I? Well, there's a reason, and I'll tell you what it is in a minute. Anyway, so I couldn't, but I generally, you know that, I don't know if you do this, ladies, gentlemen, either of you. If you've got something new and your partner may or may not approve, I leave my things lying around on the bathroom floor.
Right.
The idea being that he'll step over it enough times to not realise it's new.
Good idea.
You can't do that with
I'll
antique
try that.
samplers, can you? Anyway, so that's how this started. I couldn't afford the sampler.
Just come to
that
your
was a
right again,
pincushion.
sorry, Jane.
Sorry, I've got a mark here, everybody, and I don't look at it. Here we are. So this is a little house sampler with an alphabet. It's cross-stitch, and you don't have to do anything else if you don't want to.
Perfect.
Oh dear. So if you wanted to just work pure cross-stitch, you can. I have added some knots on the house, and there's some fluffy little wings on the butterflies. And then you make the twisted cord, and I show you in the instructions how to do that. And then this one is actually stuffed with polyester wadding. I sometimes use dry rice. I like the weight.
Right.
And if you're putting needles in it, it keeps them dry.
Ah, that's a good idea.
You know they put rice in salt.
Yeah.
And then this is a little watt bow, which comes in the kit, and so do the scissors.
Oh, brilliant. I'm all right, hang on.
Tell me they're in there, aren't they?
$15.99?
Yes.
Yeah, you get your scissors as
There
well.
you are. There's a little pair of scissors, very sharp, not toys. And again, you make the twisted cord yourself. We tell you how to do that. And this is a little three-sided shape that I'm not going to say I invented it, because actually there's nothing new under the sun, is there really?
Is this your what bow?
Yes. So we were in the night market in Cambodia, in Siem Reap, which was wall-to-wall cross-stitch, half a mile of cross-stitch for sale.
Gosh.
Finished cross-stitch for sale. Pleated skirts, cross-stitch. I didn't buy anything. I had such tummy ache, I couldn't choose anything. I just
That's not like
walked
you.
around like that. But I did buy a woven keyring, and it was this
shape.
shape.
So is it made up of squares, or
Yes,
how is that made up?
just three squares. In
Okay.
fact, if you get the chart out,
Yeah. There you go.
Vicky,
You can see the squares here.
there you are. That's exactly. So you work the three squares, and it's just a question of how you fold it to make the shape. It's very simple. And you use a sharp needle just to join it all up. I mean, you make this in an evening.
Oh, brilliant.
Easily make this in an evening.
And you know, if you're starting out cross stitch, you don't want something, how do I put this? You don't want to do a cross stitch that looks babyish. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
It's still
I
grown-
do. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. I think that's something else we can talk about with the Ada fabric as well. You know, it doesn't, because you use the Ada because you can't see the other, doesn't make it look babyish.
Yeah.
When you work a 14 count Ada fabric, it's exactly the same as a 28 count linen, so the projects will be the same size. And you've got the pre-sorted threads. Now that's
So, yeah, you've sorted
spoiled.
all of
You are
these.
spoiled. Can you see why? Just out of interest. Some of our smaller things are sold with the threads in a bundle, obviously. But if you've got lots of similar colours, which
you might
have
get
there,
them mixed up.
what actually happens is that people load their colours in electric light after they get home from work, and they ring the following morning and say they're missing 2 colours, and actually they're not. They're on the same hole as 2 other colours.
So you've done all the hard work for us and pre-sorted
They're
them.
pre-sorted, which is lovely, because then when you do get home after work, you can just pull it out and start work. You've got the numbers on there, so you can check what's what. Yes, I mean, it just makes such a difference. It isn't possible to do that on everything.
Yeah.
It does depend on the price break, obviously.
Absolutely.
Because someone sat there and loaded those.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
it takes time.
Not Bill this time.
Not Bill this time. He used to.
Oh, bless
When the
him.
business was home,
It's a good egg, isn't it?
it's actually about watching television and having something to do with your hands.
Yeah.
We all,
Absolutely.
and he would thread cards.
Yeah. So you've got all of your pre-sorted cotton. I just want to let you know, as every time that Kat looks back at the screen, we're near enough on selling out. So we've got single figures left on this one. It's exclusive to us at the moment until the 1st of February. So you get your pre-sorted cotton.
Yes.
This one's worked on linen as well, isn't it? Plus you get a needle, you get your scissors, and you get your chart. Now I like that you've got this in colour and symbols.
Yes, this is a funny old business, isn't it? Because you'll find that publishers like coloured charts.
Yeah.
And that's simply because if you're flipping through a book, it looks pretty.
Nice.
Stitchers prefer black and white charts as a
Right.
general rule. Some are colourblind, some find it easier. This is a good combination because where you've got those similar colours, particularly somewhere here, where I'm looking at the little flowers in the corner, there's a lot of colours in there. Now,
Yeah.
the chart's only as good as the printing
Yeah.
if it's only in colour.
Right.
And it might be really difficult to tell which is which.
So you get everything that you need. And what I like about it as well is that you've got obviously your initials, but you also have all of your alphabet.
You
You've
can do your
that
own,
chart
of
then,
course. Yes, they're all there, ready for you to do.
You can personalise it as you wish. Just so you know, has it gone? I think it's over allocated, so it's about to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, please do check out. We've had a message come in from Jill.
Oh yes, hi.
Jill.
Hi, Jill.
Have you bought any of your magnet animals
Not today, my darlings. We have a slight crisis on the magnets at the moment. They come from China.
Right.
In vast quantities, obviously, and there is a delay at the moment. We're waiting, and I'm sure we'll have some I think it's the 19th of February I'm back. It's about then.
It sounds like Jill's got the whole collection anyway. She says, I've got the cat, the hedgehog, the snail, the whale, the bear, the cat on the cushion. She says, am I missing any?
The ladybird, the acorn.
There you go.
I'm frantically trying to think. There are more.
The acorn's on the website, Jill. We've got it on our website. If you type
there's some
in,
left. So if you go onto the website, you'll be
Yeah.
able to get an acorn.
Yeah, if you type in magnetic,
There's a meerkat.
there we go. This is it.
I'm struggling to remember now because in the past there have been more. One of the problems, well, it's not a problem, but one of the things, they're made for us in the UK, as I've said before, and they're made of resin. When you make one, it's no problem. When you make a lot, they go into a special machine at the end,
Right.
full of something called cob, which is like gravel, fine
Yeah.
gravel.
Yeah.
And they go round and round in the gravel, which polishes them. It also breaks the stalk off the acorn. Or the ears off the... I think the
Yeah.
ears off the little pig was always a problem.
Yeah.
So the production of these, some are easier to produce than others. But as I said, we are waiting as we speak for more magnets, and they will be back. And I'm hoping that we have some for February. Perfect Mother's Day present for March.
Absolutely.
You
Oh,
know,
they are. They're really lovely.
They are sweet.
Type in magnetic on the website and you'll find it straight away. In fact, you'll see which ones we've got. There's a few on there.
Good.
Okay. In fact, let's do this one first. So this is your little red work pin cushion. This is
Here we
lovely.
go. This is brand new, absolutely brand new. Now this one's got rice in. So it's a nice, solid,
Nice and weighted.
plonky sort of weighty. As you say, I've got some pins in it to
This
show.
is another one that's exclusive to us at the
There we
moment
are,
until
yes.
the 1st of February. It is brand new today. How good's this? We've got so much coming up. today that's all brand new.
So you can see the back
Quarter
and the
stock's already
front.
gone. Quarter of the stock has already gone. Talk us through this one
Right,
then. So,
well, this is black work, and I'm just going to show you something that I whipped off Tinternet last night.
hang on, red work or black work?
Well, the technique is called black work,
Oh,
and I'll
right.
explain. Let me make sure I've got the picture in the right place so everyone can see what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Jane.
Pretty good, pretty good. Now this is a piece of black work from Tudor times, and this was painted by Holbein, a Dutch painter. I think he was Dutch. I could be corrected there. And the idea of this embroidery was it was the same both sides. So when you construct this embroidery, you do it in running stitch one way,
Yeah.
then you come back, filling in the gaps. It's not actually done in backstitch. So this is black work done in red. So these are black work patterns. These are black work patterns here. And so you'd work this by doing alternate stitches and then come back and finish. You do use backstitch as well, because obviously there are occasions when you end up a blind alley and you can't get back again.
Okay.
So it's not difficult to stitch. The cross stitch is worked in 2 strands, and all this decorative stuff and the little detail on the back.
Oh, that's so beautiful, isn't it?
Now this comes from a sampler that's hanging on my wall at home, which was done in about 130 years ago on Ada.
Oh,
So
really?
Ada's not a modern fabric.
Right, so is this on linen
This is on
today?
linen. This is on linen.
Right. Sorry for that loud noise. I'm just trying to open this so I can show you everything that you get. These are really well
we
stuck.
reckon that it's elephant spit. This all started because, sadly, we used to have things stolen from kits in shops.
Right, so just making sure they're super secure.
They can't get, yes, you know, the scissors or the buttons or
Oh yeah,
something.
the buttons are stuck as well. So I'll just show you with the packet. So you
The
get your
button's
button
on the back. Yes, it's on the back, so you don't ring up to say you haven't got one.
Oh, there you go.
Because they, you know, you turn out all this paper, and the you know, it slides under the whatever, so it's on the back.
You've also included a pair of scissors.
Yep, absolutely.
And they're lovely, sharp to the point
yes,
scissors, aren't
yes.
they?
Now I know that these look like toys, these little ones. These are chatelaine scissors, and I just think they're adorable. They're not toys, and they're fiendishly sharp.
What does chatelaine scissors mean?
Well, we've given it the name. Now, chatelaine, if you think of Rebecca and Mrs. Danvers with a long chain,
Yeah.
with her house keys, money,
Yeah.
blah, notepad, etc., that was a chatelaine.
Ah, okay.
All right, or the chatelaine of the manor would be the senior lady.
Yeah.
And a chatelaine would have a pair of scissors in a little sheath.
Oh, okay.
I have got one from 1790 that's got it's got a little, you know what I mean by knitted metal? Knitted metal purse.
Right.
So there would be a coin in there for an express rider.
Right,
You know, if you're bringing you a post. And there's a little piece of silver that rotates, and there's a piece of ivory where you can write on it notes for yourself.
Nice.
There's a pen, there's a pair of scissors, there's a tape measure hanging on the thing. So these would be just the sort of size that would be in a chatelaine.
Ah, I see. And they are really beautifally sharp. So you've got
they're-
those.
yeah,
You've
they're
also got a
fiendish,
needle.
actually.
You've got your linen. You've got your chart, and you've got all of your sort
Yes,
of your
threads.
cotton, your threads. So all of that included. Plus, you also give instructions as well. So if you don't know how to do the back stitch, the French knots,
Yes, it's all there.
it's all there.
It's all there.
That's
Hopefully it's
really
all there.
handy.
There'd be trouble if it isn't.
Very, very handy to have. So you've got all of your written.
And there's a picture of the sampler, look. That's my original that's hanging on the wall at home. I'd
Oh,
forgotten that was
brilliant.
there, I could have said. So that's where these patterns came from.
Kat saying, is it Catherine something?
No, it's not. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kat. That's the Catherine Archer sampler, which is my alphabet sampler that many of you have seen before.
The one with the little girls done it.
The one where the little girl's done it, yes.
Oh,
This one
wow.
isn't signed or dated, but I know the date of the fabric.
Nice. So you've got all of this information. I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it? Not only do you get all of the clear pictures as well of how to do the stitches, and it's only £14.99.
It's a nice thing to have too, isn't it? And we all like having, You know, if you're going to stitch, you're going to want to have nice things.
Yeah.
You know, nice pairs of scissors with bits on the end.
Useful things.
Useful things. And also, you know, we all run out of wall space.
It's lovely to have all of your
It
samplers,
is.
and it really is, but also it is nice to, like you say, start with the little ones that you are going to use then for your stitching.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
We've had a question come in from Louise Jane. She says, could you ask Jane, if you buy a kit with 2 or more pieces, do you stitch then cut, or do you cut then stitch? Does that make sense to you?
The answer is it depends.
Right.
Sorry. For instance, the fleur etui that we mentioned earlier and the sampler box, which we've seen illustrated, the chart comes on a big piece of fabric and it's designed to stitch it in one piece and cut them out.
Right.
If you bought this little cushion, you probably cut it in half and use one half for the front and one half for the back. So it depends on the project, I think is the honest answer.
Okay.
I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, let us know if there's any other questions that you have. So just a quick recap. Remember, you get everything that you need in the kit, including the scissors, the chart, the instructions, the thread. Half the stock of this one has gone. Remember, virtually everything else is sold out. I don't think we've got anything else quite like this today, have we?
No. This is, yes. We've obviously got the Blackwork House again, which we're going to talk about later.
It's just arrived.
This is,
Just arrived.
Good. So this little bit, as I said, the little pin cushion, and again, the detail on the back came from the old sampler. And I did have a question from somebody, and I mean, bless her heart, I think she's probably quite embarrassed after the event because she wanted to know how you dried rice. And of course,
Rice is dry, isn't it?
yes, but of course, if you've only ever bought the microwave packs, you've never bought rice.
Yeah.
Anyway, the answer is it's uncooked rice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just fill them up as full as I can, and sometimes I even design paperweights so they can just go on the table with a plonk.
No, it's nice to have that weighted because you can have those.
You can see
know.
that. That'll go on the arm of the chair,
Yeah.
and the scissors won't fall off.
Yeah, perfect. Right, so do make sure you're checking out on that one. We've got to move on. The borders, the beautiful borders. Now, do we know whether this is new? Because I've never seen this before, whether it's been on before. We've got it in both linen and Ada, haven't we?
We have.
No, this is another new one to us.
Right.
Another
I get
new
very
one.
confused easily. Sorry, everybody. It's senior moments. I couldn't remember if it had been here before.
Right,
I obviously know the piece very well.
Linen and Ada.
Yes.
Which one? How do I know which is the difference? Is it the smaller?
Well, if you
weave?
look at, if I put this down on here, and our wonderful cameraman gets dead close for me, I would be grateful if he could.
Come right slightly, and we'll get really close for you.
Come
There you
right,
go.
come right, come right. Okay, so if you can get even closer than that, please. Now, that's about there. Fab. Now, if you look at that, you can see that the material is woven in squares,
Yes.
right? Now, that's because when they set the machines up at Zweigart, they'll have 4 warps and then 4 wefts. So you've got groups of threads being woven in and out of each other rather than individual ones. And it means that one square on your chart will be 1 stitch on the sewing.
Right.
Now, you can see you've got the kits there on both fabrics. Just to confuse you again, this fabric that this one is stitched on, the work model, is actually Ada made of linen.
Well, this is what I was going to
Confuses
ask.
everybody.
Because it's the colour, it doesn't look like
That's
your
right.
sort of traditional
No.
Ada. They
No.
look both like linens here. So this is your linen. If you come really close, Elliot, you'll be able to see the difference. Now, do you think that, like you said, that a lot of people sort of say, a lot of people say that they still might struggle to see
Yes. If you,
with the linen. That's Ada.
I sort of
Linen,
think
Ada.
that you do get your eye in. Maybe this isn't the one to start with on linen.
Yeah.
Something like the little scissor keeper or something might be better. But if you look at this fabric, which I'm now going to put on top,
Okay.
if I leave that there for the camera to get to in a minute.
Do you say it's made with linen then? So all,
Yes.
all made of
So
linen?
that it's always, if you think of the fabrics going to 2 main groups, you've got Ada
Yeah.
and the others.
Okay.
On the Ada ones, what's happened is when it's woven, as I said, 4 threads are going across and 4 threads are going that way.
Yeah.
So you get a distinctive hole in the corners, which gives it this look that we've got here. When linen's woven, it's woven individually. So it's a bit of a minefield. People would come up to me and say, I need some even weave, please. And I say, fine. And they go, have you got any? Yes. What size, what count do you need? What colour do you need? Etc. etc. You see, this is linen. So what this is it's an even weave fabric made out of flax.
Right.
You can have this, which is even weave, and it's very even because it's made out of cotton.
Okay.
Linen tends to get bumps in it, little slubs, and it doesn't matter what quality linen you're talking about, it is inevitable.
Right, I suppose
linen
it's
has
natural.
bumps because it's natural, and it's woven that way, and it's part of the characteristics of it. And if you look at old samplers, they were linen, but they weren't even weave. It's a minefield. That means that when the fabric was woven, instead of 28 threads in an inch that way and 28 threads in an inch that way, it could have 50 one way and 33 the other.
Right.
So your crosses could end up like that or that. Yes?
Yeah, with
So
you.
even weave means your crosses will be square. Linen is because it's made out of flax.
Right.
And this is an Ada fabric to give you square crosses made out of linen.
So it looks really nice. It still
It
gives you that
look-
almost
yes,
aged
it does
feel,
give you the
doesn't
antique
it?
feel. It gives you the antique feel.
Now, I must say, the colours that you get with your threads are beautiful.
It is
They are
fab.
gorgeous.
I can't take all the credit for this. This was taken from Zweigart and Zawitsky, who make the fabrics we've been talking about. They have a museum at the shop in Stuttgart, near Stuttgart, sorry, in Sindelfingen. Oh, look, aren't they lovely?
They are such gorgeous colours, aren't they?
Absolutely smashing. And in this place, they had a sampler as wide as this studio, that
Gosh.
way. And it had been done in Hungary, and they very kindly gave us the charts for it. And all these patterns came from that sampler.
And I suppose you could take elements from it,
Yes.
couldn't you? And do
Yes.
smaller
I
ones.
mean, if you look at those hearts here, I mean, that's so pretty, that on a birthday card.
Oh, exactly. This is it. I think this would be really lovely to just take elements from as well. Once you've got the chart,
Absolutely, absolutely.
you're going to be able to use it again and again.
I have to say that when Andrea sent out a newsletter recently to anybody who's signed up to say they want one,
Yeah.
you know, an emailed newsletter, this project was actually featured. And underneath it said, the Office Elves have been at it again. And the Office Elves had made a knitting needle case
Yeah.
using some of the patterns
Oh, love it.
with a folded top.
That's it.
There was, I think, a wine bottle. Anyway, they'd all been making things using this
that chart.
just to show how it looked.
That's it. There's so many different things that you're going to be able to make. And it's on beautiful quality
Yeah, lovely.
chart paper, isn't
Yes.
it? So you're going to be able to keep this
They
and
keep,
reuse it.
they keep, absolutely.
Plus, must say as well, you will also get lots of great general tips, lots of instructions with text and with diagrams as well. And the pictures are really clear.
Well, we're very
Hard to
lucky.
do.
I mean, we've got.
Is this
our-
Ethan again?
It's Ethan, yes. And I mean, I'll just mention this in passing at this point. Ethan is a lovely, tall, very handsome American, actually, who's a very happily married man to a lady called Ruth.
Right.
And has grandchildren now, bless him. But him and I worked together for 27 years or so. And he's drawn the diagrams for us for all this time,
Yeah.
and other things too. But he took the stitching diagrams from what frankly were dreadful diagrams that were available in the stitching books, where the grid of the fabric wasn't shown, just the stitch. So you've no way of knowing where the needle went.
Right.
And if I open this at random now, just to show you what I mean, there you are. So Ethan has done these for us, and he does all these in the kits.
Yeah, they're so clear.
He puts them all together for us. And you can see from what I'm showing you here, you can see the linen, and you can see where the needle comes in and out. And that's what we've used. So the instructions that
That I've got
Vicky's
here.
got it there, that is a sort of, when I told him what I wanted on that sheet of paper, he said, really? Okay, I'll do what I can. It's a lot. And I said, well, perhaps we can cut it. And he said, well, it seems a shame to waste anything, because that's a collection of stuff from my 30-odd years of doing counted cross-stitch. I'm not saying it's the right way to do anything. I'm just saying it's the way I've sort of done it and got away with for this long. And so he did that for us with tips and hints and the diagrams you're going to need. Obviously, some kits have extra stitches in, and then there would be extra diagrams.
Right.
But you get that sheet in everything.
So that's really good. So you not only do you get the sheet, the chart itself, sorry, the border itself, the design itself is big. It's 7.5 wide by 54.5 centimetres.
Ta-da!
It's a nice big sampler, isn't it? We've had a picture just come in from Christine.
Good out. Oh,
Here we
look.
go. Christine's already done
Well
it.
done. Oh, Christine Hellingwell. I know this lady well.
She says you have designed some beautiful samplers. A pleasure to stitch.
Bless her. Christine, she must live in a mansion to have hung all the samplers she's stitched. She's a very capable stitcher. She prefers the Ada material as a general rule.
There you go.
And I mean, she stitches beautifully. Oh, look, and another.
Here we go. This is Julie. Julie said,
Julie,
just finished my first sampler on linen.
Good
Looking forward to
girl.
do another.
That's a very nice sampler. That's a lot of stitching in that, and lots of different stitches too. So well done.
Nice.
Come a long way.
Yeah, I
haven't
love the
you?
fact that, you know, don't get me wrong, like you say, there's nothing wrong with working on Ada.
It's what makes you happy.
That's it.
It's what makes you happy.
Exactly. We did have the Ada and the linen version. You saw the graphics for both of them, but they're on the website if you want to make the most of them. Exactly the same that you get in the kit. You still get the chart, you still get your instructions, still get all of the same. And it doesn't come up larger working on Ada, does it?
No, no.
Same size.
If you work the one I've got in my hand here, on the Ada or the linen, they will be exactly the same.
Brilliant. Finally, the book. I mean, we've just dipped into it.
Yes.
Now, is there another edition that you're going to do? We're on edition number 4?
No, we're on 4, and I'll tell you why there isn't going to be another one, because everyone says that, don't they? And then they do another one. This started off as a, well, just what it says on the tin, actually. It started off as a stitch book because I would be at my desk and I'd be going to do a stitch and go, right, okay.
Even you can't always remember.
No, well, you know, go back to it.
Yeah.
So I thought something with just the stitch
Yeah.
and how you made it was a good idea. So we did the first one, which sold out in weeks. The Cross Stitcher's Bible, my other book, which was published by David and Charles, was out of print at the time.
Yeah.
So that sort of helped me with sales. Anyway, over the time, I've had people suggest, you know, you haven't got this stitch in there, it ought to be in there, etc. So when we did this edition, I talked to the printers. This is as many pages as I can get in this ring.
Okay, you physically can't get any
I
more in
can't
the
get
ring
any
binder.
more.
And it's nice to work from a ring binder,
It's
isn't
essential,
it?
absolutely essential. So if I did it again, I'd have to add 20 pages.
Right.
And then it wouldn't be a pocketbook.
No.
This will go in your project case so that when you're stuck, and
Just come to your right again, sorry.
sorry,
Perfect.
I'm just going to show you, there's alphabetical list of stitches, although they're in the book in alphabetical. There's DMC to Madeira exchanges, information about needles. This is a very useful
Are they
piece
to
of kit.
scale?
Yes.
That's
So
how
when
do you do that?
when you tip everything, I don't know, because I didn't, Nathan did. When you tip all your needles out, I mean, I have them in a tray, and I know I should have them labelled, and I don't. But I've ferreted about for the one I think I need. These are to scale. So the needles in your set, you can lay them on top, and you can check which is which. So this is going onto the back. How to stretch and mount your embroidery, how to make a card, washing and ironing, making humbug shapes, making a watt bow,
Oh, there you go.
and there's the little watt bow.
So it isn't just, you know, a stitch reference chart. There's also some sort of projects
Yes, making
in there.
tassels, making twisted cords, how to make the hems around the edges of things. That lovely sampler we just looked at from Julie, she'd done a folded hem around the edge. We've got hemming and hardanger.
I think that it's important to know that there's a lot more to cross stitch than just
In this country, we call it counted embroidery.
Okay.
And that's cross-stitch and.
Yeah.
In America, cross-stitch covers all these different things as well. And at the Cross-Stitch Guild at the moment, the members are working my mulberry sampler, mulberry tree, which is over 2 issues of their magazine, and it's fiendish, absolutely fiendish. Everything I designed, I thought, right, I'll put a French knot on this, or I'll, you know, different stitches. We use lots of different stitches, and it just makes it look so interesting.
Oh, it adds beautiful texture, doesn't it?
And you know, the 17th century samplers I hanker for often had different stitches on them. In fact, the queen stitch, which is a bit of a brute, frankly, it's something you have to cut out if you get wrong, you can't unpick. But that I saw the first time on a sample done in 1646 at the Burrell exhibition up in Scotland. And this little girl had done them.
Oh, wow.
These beautiful stitches on her band sampler, so yes.
Oh, it's once again, I'm sure we've inspired a lot of people to, you know, have a go.
Have a go.
We have run out of time, Jane. I don't know where this hour's gone, but you're going to be back in an hour anyway.
Back in an hour.
And we've still got more exclusives. We've still got more brand new. We've got some of your favourites back, including the houses, the black work.
Yes. They
houses.
look lovely, don't they? I'll tell you a bit more about those when I'm back at 11.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
As always.
Thank you. See you in an hour.
Just so you know, lots has sold out. It's worth over the next couple of minutes just having a look through the website and seeing what is available. The border ones, incredibly popular on both linen and Aja, so have a look at those and check out. Cara's going to be back after the break. We're going to keep with nice slow hand stitching as well, which is what we all need at the moment, isn't it? We've got some beautiful, beautiful hand stitch birds. Do not go anywhere with Cara back after this.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back. I told you we've got so much going on today. It's just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, as I say, we're going to keep with the nice sort of mindful hand stitching. But the great thing about this is that I think it's something that you could get everybody involved in. I love working with felt. One, because it doesn't fray, it's easy to stitch, it's quite forgivable. I know lots of people during lockdown have started making felt Christmas decorations or gifts for Mother's Day, lovely bunting, things to just put around the house, brooches. I even know people who have started, even since lockdown started last year, and selling things on Etsy and selling things online. So, I mean, these are really achievable and beautiful, beautiful designs. So we'll start with the book that this has all come from, and then we'll talk about the kits. This is going to be brilliant inspiration of how to get sort of starting. It's Corinne Lapierre, who we've seen once before with our fabulous felt book. The value for money is unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's £9.99. And look at this. I mean, you've got swans, you've got a goose, you've got a hen, you've got a goldfinch, you've got robins, you've got a blue tit, a pheasant, an owl, you've got parrot, you've got a peacock. Look at the peacock. This is amazing. I love the flamingo, the toucan and the puffin, a seagull. I mean, it goes on and on. For £10, this is so good, isn't it? And the stitching is beautiful. So it talks you through what you're going to need. So the felt, the embroidery skein, if you want to add any wire, any other things like toy filling, ribbon, sequins, way of embellishing. And then it will go through all the techniques of how to transfer the templates onto the felt, which we'll talk about with Cara. It will talk you through all the different stitching and how to stuff the birds at the end, the applique stitch. Also, it's all hand stitch as well, so it's really, really beautiful, but still very achievable, quite quick projects. Do you know, I know a lot of us who think, maybe I haven't got the time to sit and do some hand stitching. Even in front of the television, if you're sitting in front of the telly, I know loads of us who struggle to sort of keep our hands still. It's nice just to have little projects on the go to have done, ready at the side of the sofa to go. It goes through all the different stitches. Or if you're teaching somebody, one, the felt is so affordable today, but also it's really lovely to sew onto, and the end results that you get is brilliant, especially with the quality felt that we're bringing. So it'll go through all of your different embroidery stitches that you'll need, and then you've got all of your projects. So your robin, really detailed, step-by-step instructions, the blue tit. How lovely are these, again, with your ribbon that to hang off. I saw somebody did a lovely tree of life the other day, which was just like a white tree that you can decorate at Christmas, or you could decorate at Easter, and just to hang birds on it. It's a really nice idea. I fancy doing one of those. The swan, I love. How beautiful for gifts for people as well. Your little hen, I love that. Goose. Put with your eggs, your flamingo, peacock. There's so many different birds here. Your owl, they're all lovely. Your dove as well for weddings, for somebody you know maybe who's had to postpone their wedding. This would be so beautiful. If I carry on flicking through, I just want to show you. You also get at the back, there you go, all your templates. So all of your templates are there. We'll talk about how you transfer them onto your felt. So this book is brilliant. Some of them are overlapping, so you'll need to sort of trace them out. If you've not sewn with felt before, honestly, it's a really, if you've not made a little toys before, this is a great place to start, isn't it? They're gorgeous. So we have got some bundles to go with it. And as I said, our quality of felt is fantastic. It's not like, you know, the felt that when you pull it, it's going to completely sort of tear away. It's really lovely quality. So we've got an array of lovely autumnal colours from your greys to your reds and oranges. You've also got a cream and a pink. So plenty here to really dive in, and it's up to you. I mean, you could do the swans in these lovely colours. You could do your doves. You could do your hens. There's so many different ones that you're going to be able to use with this bundle. And then you also have your Anchor embroidery skeins, your DMC embroidery skeins, which we'll talk to Cara about, as I know she did work for DMC for a long time actually, and is a huge advocate of their threads. They're really beautiful quality. So you get 5. Do you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Do you definitely get these colours, or is it an assortment of colours? These colours are the ones that you get. So you get a red, a white, a black, a blue, a green, and a brown. And we've also added in, I've taken it off the desk just because it was big and bulky, but you also get loads of toy filling. Loads. I don't know why it says 5 embroidery skeins on your graphics, because you definitely get 6. You get all 6 of them, plus you get your toy filling as well for just $18.99. Brilliant value for money, and there's lots here to get started with. I will talk to Cara, but I know that she was saying to me, look, you can make loads with this. Just dive in. We've got one other colourway to show you. This time it's called Amber. Now this one you've got black, you've got a tan, you've got a yellow, you've got a red. We've both set ours up differently, haven't we? Can you tell which one I did and which one Kat did? She did the lovely display. Mine's the one that's difficult to show off, and I didn't take the skeins out of the bag either, did I? Deary me. So you get your brown, you get yellow, you get red, you get black, and you get white. All 5 of your embroidery skeins. I'll take them out of the bag in a moment. At £18.99. Do you want to know the actual reason? It's because I've got to go straight over to Jewellery Maker after the show, and I thought they're going to have to pack away all of these skeins individually. So I'll be nice to them, and I won't take them all out of the bags. They're saying I was being lazy. £18.99. And let me show you each square of felt. They're really good sizes. They're not small little sample pieces. They're going to be ideal for these projects. Now we've also got 2 colours of felt that we can offer you by the ½ metre. So it's 1 millimetre thick. It's really lovely and thick. Basically, it's not that thin felt that's going to tear away. So we've got it in purple first, which is lovely. Let me show you what ½ metre looks like, because it's a lot of felt, isn't it? It keeps going on and on and on. In fact, it's still even wider. It's wider than I am tall. There you go. It doesn't say on the graphics, does it? It doesn't say on the graphics the width of it, but it is definitely got to be over 1 metre. We'll measure it in a bit. Yeah, we'll have a measure of it and see. But there's loads of felt there to really dive in. It's only £5.99 as well. Only £5.99 ½ metre. Is this going to come joined up as well if you buy multiple units? Yeah, I think we're doing it off the roll. Brilliant. So that's the purple colourway. We've also got it in like a vanilla. Cream. It's a warm cream, isn't it? It's more of a yellowy cream. It's more, I would say this is vanilla. It's just £5.99 per ½ metre, which is, again, really, really wide. I'll measure it in a second. Did you find the tape measure yesterday, Elliot? We'll have a look and we'll measure it for you while Cara's demoing. Right, is there anything else that I wanted to mention? We talked about, at the start of the book, embellishing. If you want to add some ribbons, we've got the lovely rainbow, which is gorgeous. Thinking of little tags for the top to hang them, whether you're making bunting or whether you're hanging them onto to doors, or whether you're... That'd be nice. You could stuff some with lavender, couldn't you, and have them in a spare bedroom or something, or in your wardrobe. It'd look really nice. Just £6.99 if you want to hang them up. And these are really beautiful colours. So you've got all 12 1 metre ribbons there for £6.99. And then we also have, get these ready for Valentine's. Mother's Day. So beautiful. Kat bought these and she said, I used all of them for Christmas presents and saved their hearts for Valentine's. They're lovely. Just £6.99 again, 12 1 metre ribbons for £6.99. Fab. Right. Hello, Cara.
Hello.
So these, I know that this is your passion, isn't it?
This is
This is what you do.
I know. I've got so many different crafts that I really enjoy, but I just doing embroidery is so mindful. It's just lovely. You know, you just sit and lose yourself in it.
Do you think these are suitable for all sort of state levels of sewing?
Definitely. In fact, I think this would be wonderful to do with children.
Yeah.
So, you know, if after your homeschooling and after the sort of maths and English and all of that sort of thing, if they want to do something a bit creative.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of time sitting in front of the screen, isn't there?
Yeah, have something at the end of it that you can give to somebody that you're missing and say that I'm missing you. So, you know, it's just lovely. And the book is just amazing. Really, really nice.
Oh, I love the book. A quarter of the stock of the book is already gone, just so you know.
I love the designs in here. I think you've gone through some of them, but what I also like is the first part of the book goes through all the techniques, which is good. It goes through all the materials and things that Corinne suggests that will be useful to you. I will talk to you about wire in a bit, because some of the birds are actually standing on wire legs.
Okay.
Like the ones I've done are actually hanging with the ribbons, but I will talk to you about wire as well. So transferring the templates, which we'll go through in a little bit more detail, attaching the hanging loop. We'll go through the actual stitches that are used to apply the felt to felt. There's an applique stitch. Then we'll talk about the wire, and then there's a whole section about embroidery stitches. So if you've never done embroidery before, it will take you through step by step, and beautiful clear photographs as well. But we will go through some of the actual stitches as well. But it's lovely, and what's so nice about stitching on felt is that you haven't got edges that you need to neaten. Right. So you haven't got edges that are going. It's not going to fray. It's very, very forgiving, and you know, just adding a few stitches to felt just looks so beautiful. It really does. Yeah, so handmade.
With the bundles, I mean, you're going to get loads of felt in there to be able to play around with lots of different designs. The ones by the ½ metre as well, they're over 2 metres wide.
Gosh.
So there is a lot of felt. For how much was that? £6.99 a ½ metre? If you want to make loads, I love the purple as well.
And the thing is, as well, there's another book that Corinne's done, and even with these ones, although she's sort of suggested making 3-dimensional birds, if you wanted to, you could do flat birds and then apply them to the felt background. So you could make a garden, you know, really nicely, sort of if you've got somebody who loves birds and things like that.
Yeah, the other book as well. I mean, it's got loads of different sort of accessories, bag charms and things like that as well, hasn't it? If you do want to make the most of this book, this is from the same author as well, and the instructions are beautiful, aren't they?
I did this one a few weeks ago, or a few months ago actually. So there is some more information about how to make those items. So
there's so many different projects in here, but they're lovely. We've also got some photographs. You've made some of these already, haven't you? I remember when we did these. There they are in the garden.
Yeah, that was when the weather was lovely.
Gosh, I remember that. That was way back when in the old studio, wasn't it?
And those ones, you can either do them 3-dimensional flat, or we were saying about having brooch backs.
Oh, yeah.
So you can get brooch backs from jewellery.
You can, jewellery maker, that's it.
So it's, you know, just, you can get carried away, and it's just so easy. And I think what's lovely, again, with children is that they can do a drawing, and then you can actually transfer that onto the felt.
So how do we transfer it onto the felt?
Okay. So I'll just go here. there's lots of different ways that you can do it, but the main sort of thing, I actually had some tracing paper at home.
Yeah.
So all I did was with the templates at the back. The templates are quite fine, so the lines on the page are quite fine. If you can get in a little bit closer, you'll see that they are quite fine. So I found that tracing paper was perfect because you could actually drop the tracing paper over the top and then draw around.
Right.
So you were able to sort of transfer it onto the tracing paper, and then you've got your pattern.
Are they to scale? Do I need to upscale
They are
them?
to scale,
Oh,
so
that's
there's no
good.
need to you know, go through and scale them up. But having said that, if you wanted to, it'd be really, really nice to make a family.
Oh, yeah.
So you could actually enlarge or reduce some of the sizes and make a family of some of the birds and everything. And the information that's included at the side there will tell you how many of each of the items that you need to make. So when I was doing, I think it was the flamingo, just find the flamingo. I did get carried away. I could have just stitched and stitched and stitched, but I'm afraid I didn't. So there's the flamingo wing. So I just traced that out, cut it round and just labelled it, because once you've got all the wings and the beaks and the birds and all of that, what you don't want to do is actually mix them, or if you do mix them, you want them labelled in some way. So that's what I did for the flamingo. So once you've traced that, pop the big book, pop the book there. Once you've traced that onto tracing paper or very fine copy paper, I think you can manage to see through that. Or with a light box, I don't think you'll actually see through.
Okay.
So what you could do is photocopy and then maybe draw over the lines a little bit darker.
Yeah.
But you know, there's lots of different ways.
Yeah,
but
freezer
this is the way.
paper
Yeah,
or
yeah,
trace paper, yeah.
exactly. So once you've actually traced the shape out, then on your felt, and you can play around because there's no direction, sort of no, what's the word I'm looking for, horizontal and vertical. You can actually, the weave of the fabric, you can actually with felt just move the shape around so it fits onto the felt that you've got left.
Oh, okay, so there's no sort of pile. You don't need to worry about the nap of it.
No nap or
with
anything
you.
like that.
Okay.
And then, so once you've done that, just lay it onto the felt, hold it in position, and with, I used a friction pen because you can actually iron the felt and the friction pen shape will go, the pen mark will disappear. So I just drew around the outside, very, very simply, and then just cut it out. And before you start stitching, I would recommend actually just pressing it. Press it because it is an acrylic felt. Just be careful of the temperature of your iron. And if you're not really, really confident about the temperature of the iron, then use a pressing mat or some cotton fabric to press over the top. So once you've got that like that, then you'll cut that out and that will be your shape.
Friction pens are just £3.99. If you've not tried them before, they are great. Like you say, they just disappear with your iron.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So once you've done that, you've cut out, decide which one of the actual projects that you want to make, and then you'll cut out your shapes and everything, cut out the felt, and then decide on the colour of the colour of the threads. And I'm afraid I mixed my threads, so I'm not sure whether I've got them all in the same bundles that you've got them.
It's absolutely fine. But so DMC threads, I mean, you are a huge advocate of them, aren't you?
Yes. I mean, there are other threads around and you can stitch with other threads on the felt, but DMC threads are just lovely. They work so well. They are 8 metres on a skein. And they are 6 strands, so you have the 6 strands and you will strip the thread and use the number of strands that is recommended in the book. Usually a single strand is enough, or 2 strands if you want to make a little bit more impact with the stitching.
Right.
So they're beautiful. So if I just go through and show you on the flamingo. I use the pale pink for the flamingo, and you'll see that there is some detailed stitching here.
Oh, it's so beautiful. I love
It's
the
so
flamingo.
pretty, so pretty. So I use the bundle that's got the pale pink, and I just wanted to show you. So there's the head of the flamingo, and there's the shape of the face attached, and then you do your embroidery over the top. I will show you how to use the applique stitch, because the applique stitch is really good for attaching the felt to the actual head.
Is that a blanket stitch? It looks a bit like a blanket stitch.
The blanket stitch is used for around joining the pieces together, but for actually attaching the felt to the head, it is an applique stitch, which is just sort of like an invisible stitch.
Oh, okay.
So we'll show you how to do that. Also, if you wanted to help you when you've got lots of different pieces, so for example, on the goldfinch, just grab the goldfinch, there are quite a few different shapes that need to be attached. So what I did was used a glue pen and actually laid those up. So I attached them to the felt before I stitched them. So that's you know, really useful if you've got a glue pen. You can all pin them, it doesn't matter. But there's quite a few different shapes on this one, and you can see it's just simple stitching. A lot of this is just running stitch, and then you have sort of like a feathery type stitch to make it look like feathers.
Oh,
and just down here, and then you're quite right, around the edge you can either do an over stitch or you can do a blanket stitch, and that just holds the felt together. And it's incredible to think that those hand stitches are enough that you can then go ahead and actually stuff the bird afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
That, you know, the stuffing's not going to come out. For the eye, I used a little French knot and then like a single chain stitch over the top, and then the ribbon to hang it. But as I say, we will talk about legs and things like that. So without further ado, I'm going to do a little bit of stitching. So on the flamingo herself, it's going to, there's some stitches there. I've already done a few on this one, but I wanted to show you how you get started. So with the friction pen again, you can actually do the lines on the wing. So if you're not that confident about you know, the shape of the lines and everything, then you can pop that onto the wing. And we're going to stitch through both layers of the felt, and you can actually start with a knot.
Right, so tie a big knot in the end of the
Yeah.
thread. I'm allowed to knot the thread.
Yes, I know, it's like against all principles when you're
Yeah.
doing embroidery, but for this, because you're going to be stuffing the bird afterwards,
You're not gonna
sounds
see it.
awful, doesn't it? Stuff the bird afterwards, you're not going to see any lumps and bumps that are created by a knot. And then we're going to start, and this is just a back stitch, and I've used a single thread of the strand of cotton, and you're going to do a back stitch along this line. And for this one, the back stitch is quite long, and it just creates this smooth line along the side there. You can feel when you start stitching, everything just drops.
Honestly,
I know, it's just like,
I'm standing up now because I need to
move, wiggle.
Because otherwise I will just be like, oh, just so relaxing, isn't it? There is something very therapeutic. I know a lot of people that can't just sit and do nothing with their hands.
Yeah.
It's to have something in front of the
And
sofa.
it's still, what's lovely, it's like this isn't that complicated, and it's beautiful to teach people simple stitches, and you're going to have something lovely at the end of it. And you can still sit and chat. And I think that's what's lovely. You know, they have like the sewing bees where they get together and they're stitching or making their projects.
But still having a chat. It's lovely.
It is. It's so sociable. But at the moment we can't be sociable. So.
Oh, do you know, we'll see if we have the same story when we're doing Yarn Lane, because I know whenever I'm talking to the demonstrator whilst they're trying to crochet and they're counting, it's a different story. They're cursing me trying to have a gossip with them. We had a lovely message come in. It's the first message into the studio. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Jenny. Thanks for
Hi,
messaging
Jenny.
in. She said, good morning. This is my first message to Sewing Street. And I just want to say that Corin's books are wonderful.
Yes.
I have made many of the items from both of the books.
Excellent.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Thank
Lovely.
you for your messaging.
Yeah,
Kat's giving you a big wave from the gallery. I saw you wave then, didn't you? She went, "Thank you, Jenny," and you can't see her. I can see her.
So this is just the back stitch line. So what you'll do is you'll do your back stitch line along all 4 of those. You can make it as detailed as you like or as simple as you like. So that's your back stitch line. I'm not going to carry on stitching because otherwise I'll be here for the next hour or so. So I've done the back stitch line there, and you can still see you've got the friction pen marks underneath there. And then this one is just a lazy daisy stitch.
I love a lazy daisy.
Oh, I love a lazy daisy.
So pretty.
It is so pretty.
It's lovely for lots of floral designs as well, isn't it? It's nice to do leaves and vines.
Oh, definitely. And it's just like a single chain stitch. So, you know, a lazy daisy is a single chain stitch.
Okay, so are we still keeping with one, or how many strands of thread?
So what I've done with this one, I thought it would look nice because you've got the back stitch just as a single thread. I actually did 2 strands of the strand of cotton for this, and I felt that this depiction of the wings and the feathers is really nice. And do you remember I said about doing quite large back stitch lines, and it's quite nice because then you've got space to actually do your stitch, your single lazy daisy. So you come out on the line, have your thread to the top or the bottom, it doesn't matter. Your needle comes out through the felt, and then it goes back down through where your thread has come up, and you do bring the needle into where the thread is. So you're coming out and the thread is looped round like that. And then you do a tiny little stitch and that holds it in position. I'll do one of those again. So we come out on the line, we do a stitch round like that and make a little, it's like a little petal, isn't it really? But it's just to depict the feathers on the back of the flamingo.
It is a beautiful addition. I always think it looks so nice. And that's using the sort of clarity red.
Yes.
It looks more red on the when you're seeing it all as a skein, but there it stands out next to the pink perfectly.
Yes. Yeah, it's just ideal, absolutely ideal. Yeah. So there you go, that's one of the feathers. And what we can do is come back. Now you don't have to do both sides. So if you've got some of your stitches and they're quite close to the line that you've done there, then you come along the back, and again you can thread your needle through the back of the felt, making sure that it doesn't come through on the right side because you've got 2 layers of felt there. So you come through and that brings your needle up to where you want to do your next stitch. So we come out on the line, and then I've got my thread at the bottom here. Needle goes back into the felt. And you can make this as short or as long as you like. What I wouldn't do is pull that thread too tight. If you pull it too tight, it means that the you won't get that lovely loop effect. So we can do just a few of those. And you know, this is where you can be creative. So your interpretation of this design will be maybe different from somebody else's.
But she does give you the stitch reference guide in the book. So you can be as creative or as by the book as you want to.
Definitely, definitely.
I find it so much easier sometimes to follow exactly, you know, instructions. I want it to look like the one in the book. Whereas I know a lot of our viewers are very creative and will want to put their own stamp on it.
I think what's nice is if you've never done this before, it's so nice to have it sort of a guide. So you're, you know, and she takes you through step by step. So don't feel frightened or anything. Do you use a particular needle on felt? We've just had a question about using what needle you would use. I've got just a normal embroidery needle. I think you've got some needle.
Have we got a bundle, yes. Right, okay. So, I mean, there's loads in here. You might need to, you know better than me of knowing what they use, what you use them for what. So I've got milliner's needles in here.
They're good for, you know, when you've got they're quite long, so they're quite
Okay.
good for toy making and things like that.
I've got chenille needles in here.
They've got a very big eye,
Oh,
so
yeah,
they're
they have.
usually good for. You're going to test me on this, aren't you? My mastermind. I've got needles because when you take them out of the packet, you don't always
Know what
remember
they
what they
are,
are.
what they're for.
You just
This is
know
testing
that
you
I
now.
need. So what?
I'll tell you, you're right. They do have big eyes.
Yeah, and quite a long needle as well. They've got a sharp point.
I've got chenille I've got beading needles. So I'm
They're
guessing.
very, very, very fine usually,
Yeah,
and
they
a
are.
tiny, tiny little eye to get through like seed beads and things like that,
Nice.
which is nice. I love doing beading.
We've also got your embroidery needles. So these are the
Yes.
sort of standard classic
Yeah.
ones that you use, sizes 5 to 10.
Yep.
You get 16 of those. This is all a big bundle, by the way. We've got some sharps in here.
Yeah, they're good for general stitching.
I've got tapestry needles.
They've usually got a blunt end or a blunt point,
Yeah,
and
they
they've
look
got
like
a
it.
large eye.
Yeah.
And they're good for tapestries and also for cross stitch.
You're doing
have
very well. I feel
have
like
a
we're doing
size-
flashcards and
size-
testing you for mastermind.
You didn't warn me about this one. The size 24 and 26 tapestry needles, what you use for even weave stitching like Jane's.
Oh, now she's showing off. You know everything. Darning needles, long darners.
Yeah, long darners of doing your socks.
Perfect. Any holes in your socks?
Or your jumpers or cardigans or things like that. Yeah, usually got a big eye.
We're nearly there. Leather needles.
They've got a sharp edge, so they actually make a cut, a slight cut as they go through the
They've
leather.
got like a triangular
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, so they'll go through leather or PU.
And then ones that are called betweens, which are / quilting needles.
Yes, very good. Quilting needle.
There you go.
Is that it?
Yeah, you passed the test. You got the job.
Oh, there you go.
$13.99. How good's that for all of these needles?
That's
needles
fantastic.
for all occasions.
Yeah, I love the idea. I think Bex was showing us how to do a needle case, and actually, if you
Yeah.
sew and embroider
The
sort of the
name, yeah.
name, and then you keep those needles. I thought that was such a good idea.
That's a really
Such
good idea. In
good
fact, you
idea.
could do a needle case out of felt, couldn't you?
You could
With the
easily.
bundles.
Yeah,
Good idea.
You could easily. Anyway, I got a bit carried away there, so I've done a few more lazy daisy stitches on the wing there. So you just carry on doing that, and then when you finish that, you will carry on and attach the front and the back of the design together, and there's an actual breast part as well that gets inserted in there. Okay, I wanted to carry on because I want to show you other ways of doing feathers. So in the bundle that's got the grey felt, which I thought was lovely.
Right, so this is still the same with the pink, isn't it? The grey
Yes.
felt. So in this bundle, you get your pink, you get your cream, you get your gold, orange, red, brown, and your greys. You're going to be able to do loads of different ones, and all of these different colour schemes. Now, these are the colours you get. This is the one that Cara was using on the pink, and it really worked well for the flamingo. You got brown, you got blue, you got white, you got black, and you got green. So plenty to be able to get going. £18.99 is your side graphic, and then you also have toy filling. Don't forget, you get a big bag of toy filling included as well. That toy filling is going to go a long way.
A
With these little toys.
huge way, absolutely huge way. But like I say, if you wanted to do a family of birds,
Yeah.
it'd be really, really nice.
Yeah, you can upscale some as well.
Yeah.
Good
so
idea. Right, so which one are you doing?
So I'm
Zoe?
doing, I think it's a heron. We'll just double check. Yes, it is a heron.
Now we're testing you on your bird knowledge, aren't we?
We have a Helen that Helen that comes. We have a heron that comes to our garden, and we've got a little pond with some
Yeah.
fish in, and this heron loves coming and just sitting and watching the fish. Sometimes I don't think it just watches the fish. So when I saw this heron, I thought, oh, that's quite pretty actually.
Yeah.
So I need to just change my mindset about what I think about herons. So this one I've used the light grey and then the darker grey. And again, this is to depict the feathers. So we'll do, so this one, you've actually got two wings, and one you're going to be doing your stitching for the wing, and then you're going to attach the two together. So
Just go to your left slightly. Ooh, perfect.
So this one, you can either do what they call a feather stitch, or you can do your back stitching again. And I've used 2 strands of the stranded cotton. Just quickly whiz along here. And then to get this feeling of feather, you actually do straight stitches onto this line of back stitching. But you can see how quickly it grows as well. So it doesn't take long at all.
No, absolutely. We had a lovely message come in and we want to be there. Oh, Angela, good morning both. 2 winters ago, I had 18 ladies sat in the sun on a campsite in Albufeira making owls and bunnies from Corin's book.
Oh my goodness, that sounds lovely.
Oh,
Can we
take us to
join you?
Portugal.
Can we
Oh,
join
yeah.
you?
That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be so, so nice.
Oh, Corin's book, great. And I think it is, like you said, for all abilities, for anybody who's never stitched before, felt very sort of forgiving, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. And everybody, I bet all those ladies, if they all did the same bird, they would all come out slightly differently.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is lovely.
Kerry said, good morning, ladies. I'll go to a lovely sewing group in normal times, but now we Zoom every week.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, I love that. And what's your hashtag? Staying together while we are apart.
Oh, that's so nice.
To be able to do things like this as well. Like you said, it's something you can chat and have a coffee and do some stitching on Zoom.
And if you're showing somebody, you can show them on Zoom and everything. And if you get stuck, you've got all those lovely friends sort of that will have a chat with you.
Support network, that's it.
So I've done my line of back stitching, and now you do your straight stitching. So you do a straight stitch and then go into the centre. And then actually I did a horizontal stitch and then a diagonal. So the horizontal stitch is on the back and the diagonal is on the front. So this is a lovely, lovely way of doing.
And these are all transferable skills. I mean, I love doing, I always talk about you, Cara, when we're on there, and we've got patterned fabric, and I say, just adding embroidery stitches over the top of quilting, patterned fabric. Looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
Yes. And, people sort of think, oh, embroidery is really difficult and complicated and,
And you
hard.
have to do big samplers, and you don't.
Oh,
Just
you don't. I mean, lovely, lovely samplers.
That's it.
But
great when you do.
Get started with something like this, and even for somebody like I've been stitching for years and years and years, I just really enjoy something that's actually just quite repetitive, but very, very effective, and then you have something at the end of it. So there's a line of, so that didn't take long, did it?
And what's this one called?
So this one was actually, Corinne does suggest 2 ways of doing this stitch. Where are we? Find it. Fly stitch.
Fly stitch.
So there is a fly stitch, or she does state in the instructions that you can do this where you're doing your back stitch line and then just straight lines into the back stitch line.
Yeah.
When you've got to the end of your thread, you just thread your needle through the back. Make sure your needle doesn't come through to the right side. Just do a few stitches, and that's, you can just cut that off. Okay, so what I wanted to do was actually just show you how you can attach these 2 together. So I'm going to use a different, the white would be okay actually. Just make sure I had to thread all my needles beforehand because I knew I would take hours. So just make sure that your shapes match, and then just use a pin to hold them together. Just going to trim that little extra. When I cut it out, obviously, it's a little bit extra there. So just cut that through. And this is now how you can attach the 2 pieces of felt. So this is used for attaching the front and the back of the bird.
Is this the applique stitch or your
This is
blanket?
the blanket stitch, and then I'll show you the applique stitch as well if there's time. So I've done a knot, I've pinned the 2 together, I've trimmed round if there's any excess felt. There's a little bit, that should be all right. and then you, with your knot and your needle, you come into the two together, and the knot's on the inside of that.
And how many strands are you using here, Cara?
One strand, because you want your thread to sit in that. Where I've used 2 strands is actually, you know, it's
more the
decorative. Yeah.
Okay.
Forgetting my words today.
That makes you're a pro compared to me. I can't speak at the moment. Just again, slightly to your left. That's it, and then we can get really close.
Yep. So this is just blanket stitch, so little blanket stitch. So your horizontal line of your blanket stitch is where the 2 pieces of felt go together, and you're just going to stitch. Make sure that your needle goes through the felt at that angle. Don't be tempted to do it at that angle, because you won't have the stitch on the front and the back the same length. So it needs to go perpendicular to the actual felt, and then you'll have stitches on the front and the back. It's not so bad when it's on a wing like this that's going to be attached to the bird, but when you're going around the edge and you know that's the seam that you're going to have containing your stuffing, you want your stitch to go all the way through. So as I say, you pass it through perpendicular. And this you can do as big as you like or as small as you like, but actually smaller is better. I've done it quite big here on purpose so that you can see.
Pat's messaging, Banada, ladies.
Hi, Pat.
Oh, we know it now. Banada, lovely ladies. I belong to a group who have hand sewing Fridays. I'm currently hand sewing a binding on a heart rug for my daughter.
Gorgeous.
Mug rug for my daughter.
Gorgeous.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Don't get me wrong. If you're one of these people who sort of say, you know, I like quick projects on my machine, there's a time and a place. But if you do just even want to take out half an hour of your day, I mean, it's not much, is it? You don't need to dedicate the whole hours and hours to it. Just doing 15, 20 minutes in an evening, it really will build up really quickly.
And it is just so relaxing.
It is.
And, you know, with all the stresses and everything that we have at the moment, it is lovely to, and, you know, if you have got a group of ladies and you can have a Zoom call, and gentlemen, and have a Zoom call with them. It's just lovely because you can chat about your week and say what you've done and show, you know, how your progress is. And I think it's like motivation to help carry on and do some more stitching.
Absolutely. I think it's been saviour for all of us, hasn't it? I absolutely love the blanket stitch. I think it looks, like you say, not only is that going to hold it all together really securely, it looks really nice as well.
It does, and that's what I say, that's why you want that stitch on the back perpendicular, your needle to go perpendicular, so that you can see the blanket stitch on both sides.
Amazing.
Another stitch that you can use, and I'll just do a few of those, it's just sort of like an over stitch. You go closer to the edge and you'll just pass your needle through the felt like that.
Yes, like a bit of a whip stitch.
Yes. Okay, right, let's show you how to do the applique, and then I'll talk a bit, if we've got a bit of time, about the legs. Okay.
About 5 minutes.
So. Yeah, that's fine. What I'll do is I'll just take, got another needle.
You've threaded plenty.
I have. Just having a look what I've got ready. I'm actually just going to show you the stitch on here, rather than, what you will do is do the applique stitch once you've done your stitching, once you've done your embroidery. So what I'm going to do is just show you the applique stitch. So say this is your shape and you've actually finished all your decorative stitching and you want to apply that to the background. Can you see that clear enough? Shall I use a different colour felt for the back?
That's fine.
Are you sure? See. Okay. I've used yellow thread
yeah,
so you
we'll
can see the
bright
thread.
thread.
Yeah. So again, a knot at the end of the thread. Usually a single strand of thread's enough, and you're going to do just tiny little stitches to hold the thread in place, hold the felt in place even. So just tiny stitches, you can just see the yellow.
That's the point though, you don't want to see it,
you
do
don't.
you?
So it's like applique stitches for quilting, isn't it?
Like needle turn applique.
Yes. So it's just tiny little ones, and that will just hold your fabric.
But the good thing is with felt is it's not going to fray.
No.
So you don't need to turn the edges under, do you?
No, and just a tiny little stitch is enough to hold it in position. And this is usually when you're attaching the pieces once you've done the decorative stitches.
Shout out to Social Sewing with Sarah.
Oh.
This must be your Friday night group. Your oh no. Is it on Friday night? Wherever I thought it was Friday. I think that was a different message. That was that was Pat, wasn't it? When is it that you do your Social Sewing with Sarah then, Kerry? Let me know so I can I'll come and have a look on are you on Facebook or anything like that? Because that's so lovely, isn't it? I think I must say I've loved watching everybody's Facebook lives that they've been doing. I'm so bad with social media, but I do love watching and get involved in all the different Zoom workshops and Zoom things or just Facebook lives.
So you can see how quickly this grows as you're going round. And that just attaches the felt to the actual back.
That'll hold it all in place.
Yeah. Okay,
Fab.
So that's the applique stitch. What I wanted to do was show you on here, I'll show you the cord as well. So this is the dove.
Oh, the dove is adorable.
Let's find the dove.
Is the dove from the same colour palette still? Are we still working with the...
No, the white is actually in the other,
yes.
the other bundle.
So you've got amber bundle here.
And you can... In the actual book itself, she's used metallic thread, so she's used metallic gold.
Oh, nice.
But I used the golden yellow, which was lovely. And again, this stitch here looks really, really complicated, but it's not. It's exactly the same stitch as we did on here, but just finer. So finer stitches and finer, and for the back stitch line I've done that in 2 strands, and then the horizontal lines I've done in a single strand, and it just looks so effective.
It does,
so
really effective.
And then this one, the blanket stitch around the edge there and around the wings there is in white.
Yeah.
So it sort of blends in, which is really nice. Little French knot for the eyes there. And then instead of ribbon, you can do a twisted cord, and I'll show you how to do a twisted cord.
This is the bundle, by the way. This is the bundle that that Cara's looking at, and you do get the white. So you get 5 skeins with this one, plus you get your toy filling as well. Brilliant.
So a twisted cord is you take a length of your stranded cotton, leave it as your 6 strands.
Oh, so you can use this as your hanger,
Yep.
can't you?
And just tie a knot so the 2 raw ends of the thread are tied together. And if you want to do a long twisted cord, you can actually clamp this into or under something very heavy, or get your husband or your daughter or son to hold it, and then you've got your loop at the end and you just twist, and we just twist and twist and twist until it starts twisting up together. And you can use this for so many different things. I absolutely love twisted cords.
Apparently Jay Greenoff has made something like a fishing rod thing.
Yes, you can, but if you've just got 2 hands,
yeah, there you go.
You just do it like that, keep twisting until it starts to twist up.
Oh, nice.
And there you've got your twisted cord.
And that will stay like that?
Yes.
You just need to put another knot on the end?
Yep, so you'll put another knot on the end and then sew that within the actual, so it's just so, and it's so nice because you can coordinate it to whatever you've been making.
Oh, I love it.
So the other thing that I wanted to show you, and I know we don't have anything, but I sort of said to my husband, have we got any wire or anything like that we can use? Because for some of the birds,
Oh yeah,
I'll show
you
you.
can stand them up and have them on your mantelpiece or on your fireplace or on this.
So the heron's got lovely
idea.
long legs here. And Corinne suggests if you're a florist and you've got florist wire and florist tape, you can use that. But if you've got a husband who's quite handy and likes electrical stuff, you can use, and this is all just electrical wiring.
Yeah, jewellery maker got loads of wire like this. You
Yeah.
probably need your 1mm gauge.
Yes.
Just a 1mm gauge wire, or even finer if you're doing a smaller bird.
Yes.
But one would hold your structure.
And have you got the round nose pliers?
Got
on
round
there?
nose pliers. I'll
Yeah.
be there at 2 o'clock if you want to join me.
Yeah.
I'll make sure I get them on my show.
Yeah. And then this was black insulation tape
Oh, okay, yeah.
to make the legs.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So, it's just, and then that will stand, and she'll tell you how to, this is a bit longer, but the length and everything and how to actually
Oh, does
insert
she?
it into, which is brilliant.
Oh, I
Absolutely
just
brilliant.
love how crafty, really crafty, isn't it? Just finding things that, like you say, also
I know.
that's around the house.
I know, and it is just electrical wiring. I think, would it be neutral? The neutral wire?
I don't know.
Don't do it with anything that's obviously plugged in, but if you've got any spare wire at home. And then you can just have different shapes and things like that. And I think for the puffin, you just make a shape like that, and then that will be big enough to
cool.
actually
Yeah.
pop that in. So you could have a whole family of them standing on a shelf
Good
somewhere, which is
idea.
really, really nice. So
Absolutely. Oh, that's a great idea. And like you say, sometimes it's like, I know a lot of people who are dressmakers and quilters. It's also nice to do other crafty projects, still
Definitely.
sewing and hand stitching, but nice crafty things. Thank you so much. I mean, we've had so many new customers who've got involved this hour, so can't
Good.
wait to see all of your projects.
enjoy.
Please put them on the Facebook fan
yeah.
page, because I know you're on there, Cara, aren't you? So we'll be able to see all the pictures.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're staying with me, aren't you, at Yarn Lane, 12
I
o'clock?
am. Yes, my other hat, my crochet hat.
Crochet hats, yes. Very excited for that. Thank you. Okay, so just very quickly, let's have a quick recap of the book. This is your Folk Embroidered Felt Birds, 20 different bird designs. Your toucan, I love. We've put together all the different colours for you to be able to start having a go. But if you've got a bit of a felt stash at home, then just get the book on its own. It's £9.99. Such great value for money. And Corinne is such a great teacher, going through all of the different stitches, how to construct. Half the stock has sold today. Been very, very busy for this book. We had loads of these. Does go through, look, here you go, with your round nose pliers and all of your wire of how to do that, plus all of the stitches that we've been going through with Cara, adding your hanging loop, some lovely techniques, and a really lovely book. £9.99. We've also got some bundles. In fact, let me grab this one first. This is your pink bundle. So this is the one that Cara used, the pink for the flamingo. We use the greys with the Helen. So you've got your greys, you've got your brown, you've got your red, orange, gold, like a cream and a pink, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm counting because you do get 6 skeins. I don't know why you get an extra one with this one, but you do. We're not going to argue. £8.99. Plus, you're also getting a bag of toy filling as well. You get your bag of toy filling. So that's all included, and that's loads of felt to get started, to get making loads from the book. We've also got the amber colourway, which is this one. Once again, you get your toy filling, you get all 5 skeins, your brown, your yellow, your white for your dove, your red, you've got black in there as well for lots of detail, and this time all of these lovely colours, and they're great size squares as well. There's still going to be plenty of birds that you're going to be able to make with this bundle alone. Just £18.99. If you did though want, for the first time ever, felt by the ½ metre, and it isn't just, I mean, this is over 2 metres wide. It is so wide, you're getting loads of felt. So if you do want to do a whole family of birds, as Cara was suggesting, you could upscale some of them. You could do loads. if you're thinking about Christmas decorations for next year, or weddings, or, you know, gifts for people, this is a brilliant idea. £5.99 per half metre is such amazing value for money. Not going to fray, lovely to sew. If you're thinking of crafts for children as well, how affordable is this instead of, you know, them diving into your Best Liberty stash? Perfect to get sewing with children. We also have it in purple. So you've got your purple colourway, which is this one. Half a metre. Remember, it's over 2 metres wide. You have got a lot of felt here for the first time ever, and it's by the half metre, so it's going to be cut off a massive, massive roll for you. If you do want multiple units, add, of course, say if you want a metre of this, add 2 units to your order. It goes up in half metre increments. Just £5.99. Now, there was the other book that are available as well on the website. Corinne, all of her felt books have been very, very popular in the past. So there's another book on the web, as well as the needle bundle, the Sew-Line glue pen, which was really handy, is back in stock today. Plus some ribbons. So if you do want to hang them up, we've got the rainbow ribbons first. These are gorgeous, aren't they? I've got a right ribbon stash. So we were due to be moving house. It's all fallen through, unfortunately, but we'll find something else. It'll all come out in the wash. But what I was going to say is I've done virtually all my packing. With everything that's going on, I thought, right, I'm just going to pack so I'm not stressed in the next couple of months. And the one thing that I've kept is my ribbon stash, and I will not part with it. And Kieran's like, how much ribbon do you need between now and April? And I'm like, well, I don't know, but I cannot part with my ribbon stash. The rainbow ribbons are gorgeous. We've also got the reds, red and white, with your spots, your gingham, your hearts and your snowflakes. £6.99. They're all metre pieces. You get 12 different ribbon sets there for less than £7. Should we stay with some slow stitching? We are really excited about the next hour. We've still got exclusives. We've got some brand new kits. We've got some of your favourites back in stock. So do not go anywhere. If it's anything like the first hour, be aware we did have lots of sellouts. So do make sure you're quick on the ball. Have a look, in fact, on pre-order on the website and see what we've got coming up. It's going to be very exciting. Back with Jane Greenoff right after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Oh, I'm so thrilled that everyone could join us today because we've got a jam-packed show. It's been go, 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 hasn't it, all day today? And it doesn't stop now. We have got more exclusives, which is really exciting and a very proud moment for us. It just shows the sort of the relationships and the connections that we have in the industry to be able to have exclusive cross-stitch guild kits. Very exciting. Now, Jane, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We've got a great array again of lots
goodies.
of goodies,
Absolutely.
exactly. Starting with the scissor sampler, please. Now I've got one on linen and on Ada.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, can you show me the picture on the front of your packet? Yes. Can you see this? If you can see that in a minute, everybody, that's just part of my collection of scissors.
How many scissors do you have then?
52.
Oh gosh.
But that's collected, so that's samples. Obviously, I've got one pair of these, but I've got tailor's scissors that I cannot actually lift, that I stand on a shelf. I just think they're interesting. Scissors are interesting.
Amazing. I love that you know exactly how many you equipped.
That's my collection.
Okay.
I've also got, obviously, I've got a drawer full of new scissors that I intend to sell to people.
Right.
But the ones that I've collected, yes.
Gosh,
I've
that's
got
amazing.
ones with ivory handles, one with silver handles.
And I think this is something that isn't just for hand stitchers. Sewers in general, I think one of the first thing that I was quite shocked about was how protective everybody was of their scissors and how they hoard scissors.
Yes, I can remember my first pair of stalk scissors.
Yeah.
So, in fact, there must be a pair.
Yeah,
yes, look,
there you
are.
go.
And my old dog, Charlie, hid them in the garden. He took them and dug them, buried them in a hole. And I'd done my first piece of hard hanger on a scissor keeper, and that went too, and I never found them. So, you know, people are... Pam Ayres, the local poet, she did a wonderful poem when I did a video with her many years ago, Who's Had My Scissors? I left them just there. And I can't do the whole poem, but this was, they're shaped like a bird. Etc. etc. Yeah. So people are, and of course you mustn't use your sewing scissors for cutting paper.
Right. Okay.
You know, you must keep them for your sewing and hide them from children. So we'll insist on using something, you know.
So I love that. This is almost like in homage to everybody who has got a bit of an addiction to you know,
stitching,
collecting their different
sewing.
scissors.
Yes, absolutely.
Sewing in general. And it's got the lovely bobbins, your spools around the edge as well. It's really pretty.
Yes, I mean, because I collect needlework tools and bits and pieces, I've got some of these lovely shaped, of course they were ivory or tortoiseshell originally, which of course they're not anymore. So they were lovely things to do, and obviously cotton reels, I use those for making little scissor stands, and all these scissors were copied from pairs I have. So I photocopied them. Yeah, I put the scissors on the glass and took pictures and then drew them. Hours of fun. Hours of fun.
You do have lots of fun,
I
don't
do
you?
have
There
lots
you
of
go,
fun.
with your photocopier. So not only do you get in the kits are always fantastic. I mean, you've already pre-sorted the cotton. Let's open it up. Are we starting with the linen or Ada? Let's go Ada first.
Shall I bring you some scissors?
I'll be okay. I'll just flip this open. Yes,
Just going to make a horrible noise, everybody.
Sorry, yes,
Because
if it does make a noise.
They're very difficult to open.
There we go. So, inside you have your Ada. Now, this one isn't like the Ada that we were talking about before, is it?
This is pure cotton.
Pure cotton Ada.
Yes.
Plus, you also get your chart, which again is both with symbols and colours.
Yes, I'll be interested. Is there a black and white one in there as well? There might be.
Let's see. Yes.
There you are. So
So
you've
is
got
that
both.
just personal preference?
Yes. There's nothing different about them. We just think it's nice for you to have your choice. You might wish to colour in. I mean, a lot of people colour in with a pencil or a highlighter when they've done something. You could do it on your black and white chart. So they're produced exactly the same, just printed differently.
See, that's attention to detail, because you could always photocopy that in black and white, couldn't you? But you get one included in your kit.
Yes, exactly.
Plus, you also get all of your instructions.
Yes.
And this is with both linen and Aida. You get exactly the same. It's just the difference is that
just
the
the way it's stitched.
or the Aida. The threads again are the same colours. These are beautiful tonal colours.
It was quite challenging actually, because I wanted to make look a bit like scissors. And not brightly coloured and funny, and then it was having to choose something, you know, get the shades right. But yeah, I was pleased with it in the end. I thought it worked well.
It does work really, really well. It absolutely does, and they're all pre-sorted, ready to go for you. You also get a needle, and you have your Aida, and that's everything that you need to be able to make it. £19.99. Now, what sort of, how many different stitches? Have you got lots of different stitches in this one?
No, not really. All the scissors are done with cross stitch, and then just a single strand used for the back stitch. And then round the edge, some of these bobbins have got some satin stitch on them. But actually, if you didn't want to do that, you could just do them in cross stitch.
But once again, those of you, if you're a bit unsure on how to do French knots or how to do different, your 3/4 cross stitch, it's all included in your instructions.
Yes, and it's fun, isn't it? It's got a whisker on it, excuse me. Just have to get rid of that. There we are.
It's a nice size project as well, isn't it, actually?
Yes, yes.
It's one that, yes, you could use elements of it.
Absolutely. And I mean, I love this particular one.
The stalk.
Because, I mean, the Cross Stitch Guild logo has a stalk scissor in it, so it's obviously been very close to us.
We're in single figures for the Aida, sorry.
Oh, gosh, OK, right, that's marvellous. So, and as I said before, the actual design size of the stitching will be exactly the same, because the Aida in the packet is 14 count, and the linen in the packet is 28 count, and with linen you work over 2 threads.
Right.
So the size stays the same.
Ah, so that's so what was that one worked on?
This is worked on linen.
Linen.
And I worked over 2 fabric threads.
Yeah. And it will appear exactly the same size.
Yes, and you know the fabric looks very similar. So you know if you want to, it's about, is this going to be a piece that takes you 2.5 years because you have to only do it in a very good light? I mean, it's supposed to be fun, this hobby. It's not torture. And if you're struggling to see, the other thing to bear in mind always is that if for some reason you want to work it on a linen, but you can't see the one in the packet, linen comes in lots of different counts. You could always change the count. And then if you worked it on a 25 or a 20, the stitching would be slightly bigger.
Right.
But not if you worked it on the edge, it'll be the same.
The linen, just so you know, exactly the same as the Aida kit, where you get your chart in both colour and black and white.
Colour. Absolutely.
Plus you're getting your instructions, you get a needle, you get all of your pre-sorted thread, and you get your linen this time. The Aida is literally about to sell out, so if you do prefer to work on Aida, please do be quick. Linen is available, again, same price, $19.99.
Yes.
Alison Marion, who's one of our guest designers, just messaged saying, I love the scissor kit, lovely scissor kit, Jane. I've just ordered it and it will take pride of place on my sewing room wall when it's finished.
I love that. I really like that. Thank you.
Oh, it's
That's
going to look
smashing.
Fantastic. Keep all your pictures coming in, by the way.
Yeah,
We loved seeing them in the last
them.
hour. It was
Love
brilliant to see them. And this, I think a lot of people are going to be able to relate to this and say, yes, I need this on my sewing wall. Just $19.99. And because you've got the alphabet as well, you can always personalise
absolutely.
it.
And of course, if you want to, you know, you could. Those of you who bought the fabric bundles, if you just want to make a little folded case or a bag, just work 1 or 2 of the scissors. You don't need to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
As I said, the original picture, I think, had 40 pairs of scissors round it.
Bit too much.
Yes,
you think?
it was a bit too much, really. You couldn't see the sewing.
Bit more manageable. So, they're your scissor samplers, which are brand new today, and they're exclusive to us until the 1st of Feb. If you do want to check out on either the linen or the Aida, be quick because they will sell out. Your main graphic is for the linen. Okay, now The country sampler. Now, I
Yes.
must say, you're lucky to be seeing this today because this actually didn't arrive in time. I don't know what had happened, but it was still at the warehouse. We've ordered it up especially for today because this is a really special one,
It
isn't
is a special one. As part of the Cross Stitch Guild, we've done over a period of years various of these little embroidered books. Yet again, the old Goosebumps have come out. And the idea of the books is that it's a course. So if you could imagine, you get the packet and you sort it out and then you work the front cover. And this is the index which goes in later. Then you work a very simple alphabet in cross stitch. There's a few lazy daisy stitches on there.
Oh, we've just learnt those as well with Cara.
There we are. And then you work our daily bread, which is in cross stitch with some fractional stitches.
Just go to your left, so right, other right. That's it.
Perfect.
Thank
Then you got the cock-a-doodle-doo.
Oh, I love this. So, I mean, this is something like you say, you can just do.
Do a bit at a time. It's what I always recommend is you get it, you tip it out, you find the front cover, you put that with your sewing stuff with the threads, and you pop the rest in a box and leave it away. And then settle down and do your cover. I teach you how to make this folded hem round the edge and how to fix the lining in. And as you proceed through the book, you're going to learn new techniques. Now here, for instance, let me just turn that over again. I think this is the back of the cock-a-doodle-doo. So because the way these are constructed, if I can show you, they're back to back. So a page is actually an open spread and then you fold them and it means you don't see the backs. Now I get very cross when somebody looks at a piece of my stitching and immediately turns it over to look at the back. It is how rude. I have smacked hands. So this is quite an interesting little section here. This is worked in silk. Now there is some space dyed silk in your kit, so that everybody's will look slightly different. And there's a few new stitches for you to try here.
Right, so how do I identify what the silk is?
Let's have it all out.
Go on,
I'm
going
go
to
for
open
it.
it all
Go
up
for
again.
it. Shake it around a bit.
No, we're keeping all of these here by the looks of things. So, right,
So you've got your pre-sorted threads are on the card.
Yes. Plus you're getting, you're even getting some metallic here.
Yep, part of your kneading. Now somewhere there should be a nice bundle. I'm gazing through the iPad.
Can you see through the iPad? So I've got these ones.
Yes.
These ones.
And those ones. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, she says, starting to sound desperate.
Here we go. There must be something. Oh,
There
here
you
we
go.
Keep going.
She did that on purpose. Anyway,
That was a little surprise inside, wasn't it?
So you can see when you get the kit, you've got the pre-sorted threads, you've got various other bits and pieces, charms, bits, all sorts of.
Little
There's
bumblebee and dragonfly.
Bumblebee and dragonfly, and you've got some space-dyed silk there. Linings. We'll come to the linings in a minute. Let me finish going through the book for you.
Okay.
And then it'll sort of make more sense, I think.
I mean, there's a lot in here,
Oh
isn't
yes,
there?
yes. This is you might have noticed, everybody, there's a chain. Now the reason there is a chain
I know
is
why
that
we've got that.
yeah, when we do shows, we have like a butler's table at the front with the books on, and one of my books was stolen by a beastly person. I wanted to stab them. Sorry, it's very violent of me. It was 11 months' work. Right, so someone stole one of my books. I'll tell you what the happy ending in a minute. Then you've got some trees in different seasons. There, look. Another little band sampler. Now it gets a bit meaty, you see. Here we're going to learn hardanger. So the point of the book is it was done as a course.
Okay.
And you worked, starting at the beginning with cross-stitch on linen.
You learn as
You learn new techniques as you go. So by the time you get to this, it's not quite such a scarlet mystery. And then ditto the back. Then you've got some additional stitches here. Then you've got a hem stitch square and a dragonfly.
Oh, I love that.
And again, by this time, you'll understand what I'm doing here.
Okay.
And there's a little bit of hem stitch there. And then a simple alphabet at the back.
There's some hefty instructions in here.
Yes, there's a book. It's like a
Yes.
book. It's like a book.
There is loads. I mean, this is, it is a course, really.
It is a course.
And I must say, at this sort of time, especially with the world that we're in at the moment, this is sort of invaluable because
Yes.
we all love to go on workshops, we all love to go on classes and courses,
can't
and it's
do it.
not possible.
No.
So to be able to have this, you know, as that point of reference with lots of pictures, lots of diagrams, obviously with the community that we have, of course, here at Sewing Street, but also with the Cross Stitch Guild.
Yes.
This is actually achievable.
It is achievable. The point of it, and I mean, I've seen lots of finished books. There are a series, I think we've got 5 or possibly 6 now. And the idea started because we went to Denmark with a group of ladies, and we went to the Museum of Industry and Architecture, I think it was called. Industry of, it'll come back to me, Design and something. Anyway, while we were there, we saw a booklet made in 1740 something.
Right.
And it was different stitches. And at that point, Sue Hawkins was the Cross Stitch Guild technical director, and she went, we'll do one of those as a course. And they've been so popular.
Yeah.
And I've seen people's. Now, some people will do, because they were originally in the magazine for the Guild, some people have done them with a different coloured page every time.
Right.
Some people have done them as a patchwork and not a book. But it's something that you can complete a section. I just think they're just lovely. And in fact, if you could hold up a page size for me, Vicky. So if you go to the fabric for a second.
So are these your pages?
Yes, exactly. So you see the size of the chunks. Now, actually, that's...
Are they the covers?
No, let's have a look. This is distance working here, girls and boys. Right, the front cover is the one on the table now.
Yeah, that's your front cover.
There you are.
And you get your 2 gold-plated needles.
Absolutely. And then those are the pages. Now, if you hold one of those pages up for me, now you see how much fabric you've got.
Yeah.
Now, you see where the crease is in that fabric?
Yeah.
That's going to be where you work what's called a 4-sided stitch, which is this stitch here.
Now that looks very complex.
It really isn't. It's a
Just-
box.
Yeah, we can see it. There we go.
It's a box.
Okay.
But on the outside, it's a square, and on the inside, it's a cross.
Right.
When you make the box, it makes little holes. Now, that's where you'll work a little row of those down there. That
Yeah.
makes the spine.
Yeah.
And then you do your stitching. It's very difficult to show this. I have to find another way of doing it. So that joint, that seam that Vicky's got in her hand is there,
Yeah. Ah, yes.
right? So this would
Understand.
open
So that's
out.
your spine.
Yes, exactly. So you've got that great big piece of fabric to stitch it on.
Yes.
What I suggest you do in the instructions is you stitch all the sections, put them away, and then make it up in one job.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And this stitch round the edge is very, very clever. It's a very simple 3-part stitch, which you can then cut right off, right to the edge of the sewing, as I have here.
Did I spot you've got some hardanger in here as well?
Yes, yes. And when I was going to mention, we have another project in a minute that has hardanger in it, and I've got my little book to talk about as well. It's not difficult. And in the instructions, I give you blow by blow stitches to do.
Yeah. Oh, they're very comprehensive. Jane will hold your hand through all of this, from front to back cover. And as you can see, Ethan, lovely Ethan as well, has obviously
Marvellous diagrams.
been involved with
course.
brilliant, clear diagrams. This is, we've managed to get this one back in stock, just so you know. There's a lot of people who have been waiting for this to come back into stock, just to make you aware, as it completely sold out the first time round. So I'm pleased that we've managed to get more of these, but just be aware, a lot of people have been after it. Remember, you get loads of
It's
linen.
interesting, actually, you should say that. I know that there are no more at the Guild,
Okay.
because there is now an issue with the Brexit situation, and fabrics are taking a while to come from Germany.
Right.
So, when you've sold, that's it, until we get more material.
Do you know, this is especially, it isn't just a problem here at Sewing Street, like you say, this is now
Of course.
a problem everywhere across the country. And in fact, with the way that everything is in the world, hand stitching and the demand has gone massive.
Sky high, absolutely sky high, absolutely sky high.
all of your beautiful threads as well,
And as you say,
including
you know,
metallics.
without classes and without opportunities to do stitch-alongs and things, you know, it's frustrating for you. But this is a lovely thing to do. And as I said, do feel completely free to personalise. So when you come to do your stitching, if you don't like something I've designed, leave it out. Do something else.
Oh, and this is something you will keep and treasure.
And then you will, and I hope the person who stole my flower book is treasuring
Please,
it.
please tell us the good part of that story.
Oh yes, I will. All right. So it went on the Friday of the Festival of Quilts,
Yeah.
and I was very, very upset, and came home to do my restocking and chatting to Bill and whatever. So upset, and I wrote something on Facebook.
Right.
Now I think it was the 6th one I wrote before I actually printed it, because
Right,
I was very cross.
Yeah.
Anyway, I said that it had been stolen at the show, and I was very upset, and that I'd come as close to retiring as I'd ever done, etc., etc. When I got home on Sunday night, the Cross Stitch Guild members had got together. They had started stitching the new book, so I would have it in time for Alexander Palace.
Oh.
So that was the first part of the equation. So I got it ready, because obviously, you know, people are not going to buy this unless they can see one.
Yeah.
It's a considered purchase.
Of course, yeah.
Anyway, when we went to Scotland with the same group of ladies, they'd done one for me as well.
Oh.
So I've got a copy at home that's not allowed to leave the house.
And everything else has chains on now.
They have this gets. I mean, it wouldn't stop a thief, but it might stop an opportunist, I think,
Yeah.
is what you have to say. I was hopeful that a child had picked it up like a rag book,
Yeah, yeah.
and that it was suddenly going to surface.
Yeah.
There you go.
We'll make sure everything goes home with you today. Don't
Yeah, we
worry.
will.
No magpies. No
Yes,
magpies in here.
absolutely. I shall be frisking everybody.
We've had another photograph come in from
Oh,
lovely
good,
Jane.
good.
Jane in the Isle of Wight, thank you so
look,
much.
lovely.
Here we go. Hi Vicky and crew, these are some tops for pincushions,
Yes.
but I couldn't bear to think of pins and needles being stamped into them. In time they'll be framed instead.
Well
Brilliant.
done, and you've had a go at hardang. I just love it. Good. I'll tell you a secret about those, my love. Is it Jane?
Yes, it's Jane, and that says that's her first attempt at hardhanger.
I know, and I have to tell you that originally they were framed,
Oh, they were.
and then we made them into pincushions.
There you go.
So there you are. So it's, you know, it's horses for courses, isn't it? So that hardanger is a very simple version of the stitch, without too many difficult bits in. But it's some years ago I did a CD-ROM book, and it's called Hardanger for the Horrified.
Okay.
Because when people first meet it and they say, "I've done all this stitching and I'm now going to cut it,"
Yes.
everyone reacts the same way. Everyone reacts the same way.
We'll do hardanger actually. We'll sit with
Right.
hardanger and do the book. Somebody just asked a question about how to, when you're framing your work,
Yes.
do you put glass in front of it to keep it?
I don't.
Right. Is there a
I
reason?
don't.
How do you stop it getting dusty?
Hoover it.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah.
I don't frame. Yeah, I've spent all that time putting texture and lumps and bumps in on, you know. If you must, obviously, in a domestic house, you've got a fire, you get dusty. Of course, you may need to glaze it. If you do glaze something, the secret is to ensure there is a space between your stitching and the glass. You know, if you take an old photograph out of a frame, sometimes the photograph is on the glass when you move it. I've seen that happen to an embroidery.
Right.
As a very valuable old sampler had the glass on it like that, and it tore. So just put a mount if you want one. It obviously makes it a much bigger frame and costs more. Or have something slipped under the frame and then put the glass on top of that.
Good idea.
You can put a spacer.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. Thank you. No,
So that's
a good
the answer to
question.
that one. The other thing, I'm just going to grab this because I've got a bit of hardanger to show you.
So where does hardanger originate?
It comes from an area called Hardanger in Norway,
Yeah.
and it is part of the national dress of the Norwegians. Norwegians are very proud of their heritage. They had a lot of other people governing them over history, and they're very independent people. And I thought when I discovered hardanger that it was going to be something that was a national costume that was in a museum, but it absolutely is not. I will find a photograph for you. Just there. Now this is the costume that belongs to the family that run the hotel I stay in when I can afford to, in a place called Utne, U-T-N-E. It's called the Ullensvang Hotel, if you look it up on Tinternet, because the place is wall-to-wall Hardanger embroidery. You know, there's Hardanger motifs on the front of the check-in desk.
So it's still used today?
Absolutely.
This isn't a
And in
period
fact,
thing?
even today, a young woman who has a girl would have an embroidery anglais version of the outfit for parties and weddings, and you'd wear your costume. You don't have this, what am I going to wear to so-and-so's wedding? You wear your costume. A man's costume can cost £40,000.
Gosh.
If you go and buy it. So if you look at that picture again, you can see on the apron that the matriarch who's got the crown is wearing. This is the Hardanger embroidery, and it'll be on the cuffs and on the collars. And so it's still very much a part. There's the crown again with some more Hardanger. This is in the hotel. And then I go through the book, telling you about it all, and then the secret is this bit. This is why this book's important. I did this because it doesn't exist in print. I wanted the stitch on the fabric there and the actual stitch on the fabric there.
Ah, okay.
So that when you turn the pages, it shows you exactly what's happening.
Just zoom it to your left, sorry, please. We just see the other side of the page. There we
Like
go.
that.
Oh, so I understand what you mean. So, because sometimes when you just see photographs, you can't see exactly what is happening.
No,
It's
no.
good to be able to have the mix of, right, this is
Mix
what it looks
of
like
pictures.
diagram, and this is what it will look like
Yes,
as a photograph.
so there's how you finish off through the back of one of the... I'm getting to one thing to show you, and then this is the cutting bit that everybody goes...
Yeah, yes.
And it actually shows you here exactly where you cut and what it should look like when you've done it. And then if we go again, there's it cut, there's it finished, and there it is, made up into a little scissor keeper.
Well, this is it.
So your first
you don't need to
project-
make costume, do you?
No, you don't need a penny. When we went to a shop called Husfliden in Bergen, where we took ladies to see Hardanger, you can buy the panels. So instead of having a whole apron, you buy the panel, you know, and then you make the apron. And she had a selection of them on the table for us to look at. Marvellous.
But that was still expensive, though.
There was one that had post-it notes on it where there'd been errors. And I said, I presume that one would be much reduced, would it? How much would that one be? And she said £7,000. I went...
And that's with the discount because it's not quite...
It's,
right.
you know, so obviously it's in a person's interest to make your own costume. So, yes, so this is what Hardanger is. And it's so satisfying to stitch. And when people look, they go, did you do that?
Yeah.
It's one of those, because it's actually, all you have to know is that you have to count to 4.
Yeah, could do that.
And how many fingers have I got there?
4.
Okay, so that's 4 threads.
Yeah.
How many holes have I got?
1, 2, 3.
Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So you always count the threads,
Right.
not the holes.
Ah.
That's the secret of Hardanger. So
And again, it's a book that you wanted everybody to work from, so it's a ring.
Yes, it's
one.
absolutely.
Oh, it's only £9.99, so if you do want to try a new hobby, a new skill, a new technique,
It's lovely to do.
and it's nice to be able to incorporate it into lots of different projects. So this is the woodland tile kit. I don't think that we had that scheduled for the show, but it was one that's it
It's
on the
there somewhere.
It should be in front of me, I'm being told.
Da, da, da.
Well, this is what the finished sample looks
Yeah,
like. And
we'll have a look at this.
through,
We
see if
have
it was-
got it somewhere, so we'll
good.
investigate. Yes, so this was just a tile, and this is cross stitch, lots and lots and lots of cross stitch. And then you can see here, what I've done there is I have outlined the shell, the cup, if you like, of the acorn, and then I filled that with French knots. Now, if you don't want to, you don't have to. You can just do them in cross stitch. And then this is just a basic piece of Hardanger. And if you look at that, you'll notice that these horizontal stitches are opposite horizontal stitches. And ditto, vertical are opposite vertical. Ditto. And that's part of the secret of doing it, because effectively what you're doing is you're binding the edge of the fabric, and even if it was a table runner as long as this desk, when I cut that end of the table, I'll be cutting the same thread as that end, which means you can take them out, pull them out. So that's how. So this is available and in the warehouse, even if we can't.
We've got it.
We found it.
We found it.
Good.
So it comes with all of the pack includes your pure linen, stranded cottons, wrap needle, your tapestry needles, size 22, a chart and complete instructions.
Yes. So you've got the perlé thread is the light coloured one can see there. And there's a thick and a thin one. There's not a lot of difference, but there is actually a thick and a thin thread. And when you do hardanger embroidery, the boxes round the edge are done in the thick thread, and the pretty wobbly bits in the middle are done in the thin version.
The colours again are beautiful, aren't they?
Isn't it pretty? It is pretty.
Really, really pretty indeed. And it's not too daunting. You can do a part of hardanger without committing to doing...
You can have a go, and if you really can't face it, put something else in the middle.
That's it, absolutely.
The joy of counted embroidery is there's no printing on the fabric. What you're seeing is what you have done when you work it. So you open the fabric. I mean, I can remember examples over the years where someone's opened a kit and actually phoned the company to say, there's no transfer. There's no transfer. No. And we did some houses many years ago for Liberty, and it was featured in the How to Spend It page in the Financial Times.
Wow.
So the phone didn't stop. And one lady said, well, I've ironed it wet, I've ironed it dry, and the transfer still hasn't come off.
No, this is
She hadn't read the instructions.
Yeah.
Right? So there's nothing on the fabric, and there is something very exciting about starting a piece of cross stitch. And you start in the middle of the fabric. Now, I had a piece of fabric to show you this particularly, and I at the moment can't think where it is, but I may get it in a second. So you fold your fabric in 4, and you start your stitching in the middle. With this, you'd count from the middle to one of these blocks, and then they worked in either clockwise or anti-clockwise direction, like so.
It's so fascinating, isn't it? And I love the history around it as well. It's
I do
one
too.
That you can,
I do too.
You can,
and the fact
research.
that there were cross-stitched linen pieces in the tombs.
Yeah.
Pharaoh's tombs.
Gosh,
It's not new.
No.
And it's still as absorbing now as it ever was. And I think, if you've not done it before and you're nervous, I don't think it matters. I know that my first piece of cross stitch was appalling.
Do you still have it?
Sadly not. And I'll tell you a slightly sad story, actually. I worked 2 strawberries and a leaf, sitting on the floor with my son, who hadn't had his nappy changed because I was completely hooked on this thing.
So this isn't something that you've done from when you were little?
No. I discovered it when my son was 2, and he's 40 this year. Yeah. My neighbour showed me. In fact, she had a piece of embroidery, not, a sampler. And I said, oh, you're going to frame it? And she said, oh, well, I've got to put another alphabet on yet. So I'm looking for the transfer. And she count the threads. And I couldn't see the threads, I didn't count them. So she got me started that day with these strawberries.
Brilliant.
Now, you know how things happen in life, and you couldn't write the script. So I had the strawberries, and I put them in a little round frame. They were bad. Trust me, they really were bad. But anyway, I always thought I'd keep them, and they were in the pocket of my dark blue coat.
Okay.
Because I'd worn it to go and do a talk about cross stitch, and I always produced this piece. Anyway, the girl who'd introduced me to cross stitch died of a brain tumour.
Right.
And I'd had the phone call. I'd lost this somewhere. I couldn't find it in the house anywhere. And anyway, I had the phone call to say when the funeral was. And I wanted to go, and I didn't want to go, like you don't.
Yeah.
And I dithered, and in the end, I went, right, I have to go. So I put my dark blue coat on and my hat, and I drove to the place where the funeral was being held, and I put my hand in the pocket.
Oh, and it was there.
And I mean, I was covered. I mean, I could have gone to Sainsbury's.
Oh.
I was just so glad I hadn't. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh.
It's absolutely true. So, I mean, her mother was there and we had a conversation. And when I got back, I rang the publishers because I'd just finished Celebration in Cross Stitch book. And I said, all my books are dedicated to my husband. And I said, we need to change the dedication.
Oh.
And it was to Jane Wallace who changed my life, which she did.
Yeah, she introduced
Changed my life completely.
And you are passing it on to so many people as well.
Well, it's lovely to see some of the work that's been finished today. I love seeing your pictures.
We had another message come through actually. Hi Daisy. Daisy's messaged in saying my grandmother made tablecloths using pulled thread work.
Yes.
Is hardhanger similar?
Yes, but if you think of hardhanger as cut work, pulled thread is where you pull the threads really tight to make holes.
Right.
You don't remove any threads. Right? So, and you'd always do that on linen because what you're attempting to do is to crease the fabric and make it stay creased. Yeah? And then drawn thread work is when you pull threads out.
Right.
In hemming. So they're all associated, they're all counted, and it's what you do at the Guild. All those things.
Oh, how excited, Daisy.
Yeah, thank you
for your message. She also said, I love everything that you do and I've finished both your chickens.
Oh, good girl.
Brilliant.
Yes, the chickens have been such fun, haven't they? I've seen pictures of finished ones this week, actually.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Had a question about the sampler book as well. Just to quickly recap.
Yes.
She said, this is so relaxing this morning. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely? Thank you so much. She said, could a beginner start this kit and learn as you go along as a course?
Yes, you could. I think it would be really advisable if you'd worked from a chart before.
Yeah.
One chart.
Okay.
Even something like this.
I was going to say, what about what bow?
Yes, just to start with this, it's just, there's a lot of it. When you get it out of the packet, it
Don't want to
can
put anything
overface
off,
you.
do we?
No, exactly. I want you to love it, same as I love doing it. If you could just treat yourself to that and that, because once you've done that, there's nothing to stop you doing that.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Something you can finish, put it on your scissors, and then use that when you're stitching your thing. And then you will learn all the courses. As I said, you have to be able to count to 2 for the cross stitch and 4 for the hardhanger.
There you go.
It's not technical. It's not rocket science. It really isn't.
So the What Bow kits, I mean, these are beautiful. We've got the field pansy and we've also got the spring one. The wildflower pansy first, which is this one. It's so pretty. And like you say, it's simply 3 squares.
3 squares. So the first time I made one, I had individual squares. And then I joined them together and thought, well, that was a bit silly. So in fact, now when you see the chart, it's 3 squares in a row, and you just stitch them in cross stitch and add the back stitch. So on this one, for instance, the cross stitch on here is done in 2 strands of stranded cotton. And on your instructions in the packet, you'll see how to start with a loop, which is what I did in the earlier programme, where I folded my thread in half and made a loop. So you can stitch this. You could stitch this in an evening. I have stitched them in an evening. Do the back stitch after the cross stitch if you can, only because you can break the border with your needle.
Just go to your right, sorry, please.
Sorry, say again?
Just
Yes,
go
go to the right.
That's it.
Why can't I learn this, do you think? Amazing, isn't it, really?
You've just been drawn over to me all the time.
I just get excited and wander off. Anyway, so we've got, do the back stitch after you've done the cross stitch, and you're just going to work the 3 sections, and then it quite clearly shows you in the instructions how they're put together. That's got a little bit of polyester wadding in it. But I use this shape for tree decorations as well. You know, you can hang tree decorations with Christmas trees on.
So many different ways that you can use the What Bows. I love that shape. And so this is what your chart looks
there you
like.
Are. Yes, now you can see. So you're going to work those 3 in a row and do the border around the edge. And then what you do after that is you're going to cut out your stitching, leaving just over 1 centimetre around the edge of your fabric, around the edge of the stitching, sorry. And then you're going to do what I call finger press, which I'm going to probably have to show you with this. You don't need to press it with I would press it with an iron before I cut it.
Yeah.
And then finger press like you're doing
Yeah.
there. Press really, and that's on the border of the
Yeah.
folding in the excess fabric. And then using a sharp needle, just slip stitch it together. It's very simple, very simple.
You get a needle, you get your embroidery snips, you get your thread, you get your instructions. So we're
Marvellous.
So the lady has just messaged in and asked, start with it. It's
Something like
£12.99.
that. Start with something like that.
If
you've
we
not-
were good salespeople, we'd be saying, go for the £50 one first. But we actually want
It is
everybody to,
yes,
you know.
It is a considered
something achievable.
expense. I mean, I do think these particularly, I mean, I love band samplers, long, thin pieces of stitching with hundreds of different stitches on, but that's a personal taste. This is a lovely way of learning a lot of techniques, and you get something little and pretty.
That's it, and useful.
And useful.
Absolutely.
So I think, yes, I usually say, if I was going to write not for the novice on a kit, I wouldn't. I'd write it's advisable to have stitched from a chart before.
We love adventurous beginners, don't we? And
I do know. I'm not going to mention her name, but there's a lady out there who will know exactly who she is, because she bought my hedgerow sampler on 28 count unbleached linen for her first ever counted project.
Gosh.
And rang me once a day for a week. And so
So you got
this
to
is
know
awful,
her.
really. I opened my cross stitcher's Bible and I wrote in it, "Dear so-and-so, I have lost the will to live. Please read this book.
I
If you
did
still
watch
need
it.
help, I will come and teach you."
Brilliant.
Sent it to her, and she sent me a cheque drawn on Coots Bank, don't you know?
Oh gosh.
And
yes.
said, "Look at it, I've done it." And and of course now she's a remarkable stitcher.
There you go. So absolutely. Well, sometimes you
worked.
get thrown into the deep end. You learn on linen. So you know.
Yeah, but I only worked on a piece that big. Anyway, she's a very competent stitcher and does beautiful things. Beautiful things.
So there you go. To the lady who said, right,
She
can I
knows
learn
it.
along the way?
Yeah.
Of course you can. It's a course. It's designed to learn along the way, Pauline. But yeah, as Jane said, we don't want to put anybody off. You
No.
want to start, you know, with something achievable that you can do in an evening and then
Yes.
go, now I'm addicted.
Yes,
I'm gonna
exactly
go
that.
for it.
Do you know, many moons ago now, I don't know if any of you remember the Needlecraft magazine when it first came out, and I'm talking quite a long time, 10, 15, 20 years, and it was one of the magazines that was brand new, and it had a little kit stuck to the front, little embroidery kit or cross-stitch kit. Now, I had ladies come up to me at fairs and at Liberties when I was demonstrating, and they say, "Excuse me, can I show you something?" And I go, "Yeah." And they go in the bag and they produce this little kit. I say, "Is that right?" And I say, "Absolutely right." And they'd go on a mission. Now, they would not have gone into an embroidery shop because they'd have been scared of looking a fool, or
That's it. Yeah.
they were nervous. So it's get started.
Oh, this is the
Have
great
a
thing.
go. Have a go.
Absolutely. This is the great thing about the Cross Stitch Guild. It's not just for people, you know, who have been stitching for years and years and are incredibly experienced. It's for everybody. And the kits are designed for everybody. So you have everything that you need, including your scissors, your thread, your chart, your instructions, your linen, everything you need. Now, this one we don't have a sample of, but can you see how pretty this is? This is
Yes,
your
this
spring
is-
Watbow.
Yes, we did a series. I think you've seen this one before. I've certainly
Yes.
brought it with me. There are 4 in the series, and this is the spring version, which has got little... it's slightly bigger than this. It's about half as big again in real life to the little one I got in my hand. And it uses a few extra stitches, not much, and it is just bulbs and spring flowers.
It's really pretty, isn't it? It is really, really pretty. It's only £15. Helen, hello Helen. Helen's sent in a message. I
hi.
just want to thank Jane for such a lovely programme. I feel very chilled now. And I've bought the little book, Helen from Worcester. Honestly, I think
Thank
this is
you,
what we've
Helen.
all
Well
needed
done.
today. We're all feeling
We
nice.
needed this, didn't we? I
did.
certainly did.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
lovely.
Thank you for your
Talking about
messages.
stitching is just lovely. It's not work, is it really? Talking about sewing.
I know, absolutely. Also, a message from Jane. Jane saying, how do you see the stitches? How do you see the stitches on the thread, on the fabric, sorry, to count them?
Okay. Right.
Good light? Good eyesight?
Right. Okay. So let's take an example. I'm
you
going
like
to use
one?
this one.
Okay.
Okay. So So what I would say to you is, firstly, counting mistakes happen counting over empty areas. So this is when, if I was counting across here, I'm more likely to make a mistake counting those threads than if I counted the actual stitches. Now, I had to wear glasses to drive from 17 or 18 years old, but I had very good eyesight, close to, but distance, you know, I couldn't read bus numbers. So I now, at 70 something, have to wear varifocals. But I use a big needle, I'm using the point of the scissors, and I physically count them. Just like that. So when you're doing something like this piece, if I started in the middle, there's my middle, I would physically count to say that point of that scissor, and I'd work those 3, followed by this batch.
Yeah.
Now I work in my hand. Could I have a piece? Is there a scissor one open? Could I just grab a?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just going to, excuse me a minute, everybody.
There is a...
We are socially distanced here,
There you go.
and it's sometimes a bit challenging. Right, let me just show you. This is an Ada one, which is perfect to show you this. Right, so now we're starting to stitch. So here's my fabric. I'd iron it, and this is what I do at home. This isn't about being a beginner or whatever. And I would...
Do you always work from the centre then?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
On some band samplers, it's very specific. You start at the top and work down. Now, I've just finger pressed this. There's plenty of dressing in this now, starch when they're made. So with a project this size, I would probably go from this point. Anything slightly bigger, and I'd run a tacking stitch across there, under and over 2 threads, or 2 boxes, and ditto there. Okay. And it's really a reminder when you're stitching and your chart's over there and you suddenly realise that that scissor should be practically touching the top, and it isn't. What have I done? It sort of is a reminder.
Yeah, good idea.
And then with the chart, let's grab one, because I meant to show you this earlier and then I didn't. Okay, so there's the chart.
So the charts, are they to scale?
Well, that's very important point, very important point. No, they're not. What you have to bear in mind always is, you know, if you're knitting with 2-ply,
yeah,
you get little stitches, and you're knitting with Aran, you get big ones. Exactly the same thing applies here. So the size of the chart, the physical size of the chart, has nothing to do with how big your stitching is going to be. Well, it's not bad actually, but it isn't. Now, if you start from the middle of your chart and count the stitches from not from the edge of the paper, but from the last stitch there is. So you count across here to there, and then you go to the middle. And then you count down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So with my little scissor, I'm going to count from there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that stitch there is going to be that stitch there. And then when you're counting, from experience I have found, because you make mistakes counting empty fabric, I tend to stitch across the shortest gaps. Okay. So if I was stitching this now, I'd stitch this.
I'll go to the closest one.
And I'd stitch that. And then I'd probably stitch that. And then I think, oh, I think I'll do that. Now I can do one of these. So
don't dot yourself all over the place, because that's when you make mistakes.
Yes, and also you don't just make one mistake, you make 2. So you unpick it back to the first mistake and you're still wrong. Right. It's why I never work a border first. Yeah. Because you can miss.
No, that makes sense. That's really good to know.
Does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for your question.
So, and then of course, having done this one and this one, I think, okay, well, I'll go to this one. Now I can do this, and then I can, and then you're also, once you've got that on, you can run your needle. Imagine this is a needle, and I'm on the fabric. You run your needle across the fabric. If I do it on the fabric, if I run my needle across,
You can hear and feel it, I suppose, can't you?
and in fact, if I score it, which is better still, if you pull the fabric, that is a dead straight line.
Ah.
Now that's something useful. I could tell you that while I'm doing it. If you do that on linen as well, that scoring technique, look at that, that is absolutely on the nail.
Thank you.
See?
Yeah.
So if you're wanting to fold something and you want it to fold straight on the fabric, if you run your needle across, do that technique I've just done there. Imagine this is a needle. I must have got a needle. Why don't I show you with a needle? Come on, woman.
Yeah, the gold-plated needles are still very, very, very popular, by the way. They are available on the website. In fact, we'll bring the graphic in for it as well.
There you are. So if I want to make a hem round the edge of something, so I put the needle where it wants to go and I pull the fabric, not the needle. And that will give you, that works on any fabric. So if you want to get a straight line.
Yeah, that's a really good top tip. Thank you very much. Right, we've literally got a few minutes, so we want to squeeze in a few more.
Yes.
Please, can we do the... Right, we've also got the Black Work Street and the Quaker alphabet.
Let's do the Black Work Street, because I've got that here.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
Now, I wonder if anybody has any idea where I got the idea for it.
Where is it?
It's Warsaw.
Is it?
Yes.
You would never know this is in Warsaw, would you?
We were in Warsaw in the middle of the square, and I didn't realise until we'd been in Warsaw a bit longer that all that square had been completely flattened during the war.
Oh.
And they used Canaletto paintings to rebuild.
Oh, wow.
Which I think is extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I was stood there, and there's these houses with blackwork patterns all over them. They were decorated like that. And I just went, for heaven's sake, that's a blackwork project.
I bet you do just see things in embroidery projects, so in squares,
in
literally.
Squares, yes. Yes, and then I start describing the car with the DMC shade, or the Madeira shade colour. Yeah. It's very sad. Anyway, this is lovely. It's a blackwork project. Now, you can cheat because you're not going to be seeing the back. The only problem if you don't use some Holbein stitch is you might see the stitches from the front, the threads at the back, if that makes sense.
I'm with you, yeah.
So lots of this is cross stitch still, and the blackwork embroidery is done as it traditionally was done. Let me just grab my picture. So, as we were saying before, in black and gold was traditionally, during Tudor times, how it was done.
You've got metallic threads in
and
there
there's metallic threads in here, and these nice sort of sandy colours to give the feeling.
Beautiful colour threads.
And we know how pretty it is, and of course we've seen, haven't we? We've seen people finishing it.
Oh, this is, yeah, loads of photographs of this one. It's been really, really popular. It's finally back in stock. We had a lovely picture from Carol earlier on, who'd worked this, and it looks amazing. It's only $22.99 as well. I don't know why.
Smashing.
I thought it would be a lot more expensive than this. You've got your chart. This one is worked on linen as well, isn't it?
It is worked on linen, absolutely.
Plus all of your threads as well. We weren't supposed to have this today, if I'm being honest. We this along with the sampler book, we asked very kindly because Jane had bought them with her. So we were like, right, we've got to get this one back on. So it's just been fast-tracked through from the warehouse. It's $22.99 if you do want to make the most of it. It's a beautiful, beautiful blackwork project. I mean, we could talk about this for another half an hour,
I know.
We?
And I mean, I was very, very pleased with it, obviously. But as I said, I didn't come up with it all on my own. The architects of Warsaw and Canaletto started the process. But it was so striking to stand there and go, I just don't believe this. Look at that. That's a blackwork project.
Yeah. That's brilliant. Now, just so you know, half the stock has already gone literally in the last minute or so. So just be aware, if you've got it in your basket, check out now. And then finally, we've also got the Quaker alphabet, which is really, really beautiful.
Now that's interesting because that was one of the samplers that had been worked by the lovely girlie who'd done this one. So if we could just have that slide back, if it's possible.
Absolutely, yeah. Carol.
Yes, there you are, top right, look.
There you go.
She'd done it, and she's done the sister one of it, top left.
Love 'em.
Because there was a pair. Now these actually are very historical. The Cross Stitch Guild has a relationship with Aqua School up in Pontefract, which is a Quaker school. I'm not going to get the date that it was started, but it was I'm going to say 1792, but it was a long, long time ago. And a lot of the scholars work samplers over those periods, and they're very distinctive with these medallion shapes and with alphabets, and extremely collectible. There is a very fine version of an Aqua sampler in the Whitney Antiques at the moment, and it's £6,000.
Gosh.
It's fabulous, just beautiful. So these, the Guild have got the rights to reproduce pieces of work from the archive.
Nice.
Because they need to raise money to look after them. They didn't realise what they had in the school at one point. These priceless samplers were on the wall in the children's canteen. They were hanging on hooks, could have been stolen. And Jacqueline Holdsworth and another lady whose name escapes me, Carol Hughes, Carol Hughes, basically said, if we could use the samplers for a book, a knowledgeable book about Quaker art, then we'll build you a case to keep them in.
Oh, fantastic.
So that's what they did. And we've taken parties of ladies there to sit and stitch amongst these beautiful embroideries. Often worked in one colour or just a few colours.
Yeah, this
Very
is almost got like a bit
distinctive.
of a variegated.
That one, yes, that's hand-painted silk.
Is it? Gosh.
It's actually it's 12 ply, hand-painted silk, that blue one.
And this is on Ada, but it's the
Yes.
linen coloured.
It's linen coloured, yes, exactly.
So it has that
it has
antique
that.
feel.
And when you handle Ada, don't be sad because it's stiff. This is just the dressing that goes in. It soon gets soft and fluffy as you work on it, It's the starch that's put in when they're manufactured that makes them stiff.
Yeah, but we found that a lot easier sometimes to see, isn't it? All the threads. We have run out of time. It's just £19.99. Well done, everybody who's managed to get something today. It's definitely worth having a look through the website. Jane, thank you so much, and you're back next month, aren't you?
19th of February.
Please, will you bring some more of those packs for us?
We're certainly working
Hopefully
on it.
on Ada as well.
Yes, we've had a conversation already, and Andrea's scratching her head as we speak.
Great. Thank you so much.
That's
it's so
all
lovely
right.
to see
And
you.
And
see you next month.
See you next month.
Now, tomorrow on Sewing Street, I'm going to be back with you tomorrow morning again, and we have got Adele joining me. So the first hour, early bird is always at 8 o'clock. Traditional quilting fabrics coming up in the first hour. 9 o'clock, we've got Adele. Oh, I don't know what Adele's making. I think that was a miss copy and paste there. At 10 o'clock, we've got pre-cuts from Moda, amazing. Children's wool coat with Adele at 11. And then we are making sure that we're keeping everybody all kitted out with all of their crochet and wool needs with Yarn Lane tomorrow as well at lunchtime, which is exactly where we're going to now. So if you are watching on Facebook or if you're watching online, now is the time to tune over to yarnlane.com or Yarn Lane TV on Facebook. Adele's making a fitted flared dress, by the way, tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But stay exactly where you are if you're watching it on the show, as I'm going to be joined by Cara with a gorgeous pom-pom woolly hat. Do not go anywhere. We have got Yarn Lane coming up right after this.